It's Saturday, August 10th, 2024, 12 p.m. noon Central Standard Time. You're watching COVID for Two. Today we're going to be playing a brand new game from Cosmos called Vendetta. It's part of a new series of games being released. Looks like they've announced 5 of them so far. Today we're going to play Vendetta. And there's some twists to this game that make it a little unusual in this genre. But let's catch up with the chat before we get started here. So as you may have caught on, I am still recovering from COVID that I picked up at Gen Con. And it's kind of annoying. It's not really debilitating. It's just kind of a lingering little fever cough thing. So, yeah, Mr. Reddy got my little joke there in the intro. But I'm feeling fine and rested, and I'm excited to get back to gaming with you all. So, I did pick this up at Gen Con, where it was available before it's been officially released to the public. So, you should be able to pick up at least these first 2 very soon, I suspect in the next week or so. And it looks like they're available for pre-order from the online board game stores for about $18, I think, $18 to $20. I'm sure, I can't remember exactly what I paid for it, but I definitely paid more than that. Gen Con prices are sort of scammy, so I think probably I paid closer to 28 or so. Debbie says it's released in Germany. Well, that's not unexpected. These Cosmos games, there's a huge German board game market, and often these big board game companies release first in Germany and then translate to English. So it may be that the entire series is available in Germany. I'm not sure. But there are a couple of twists to this game, and we're going to talk about that. We've been lucky enough to play a couple of small box card-based mystery games that have been serious mystery games. And the first game that I can remember that's really staked out this territory is Suspects. And you see the 3rd box of Suspects behind me there. Neville and Adele, that's the box we like the best. 3 cases in that box. And then more recently, we played Guilty, which is also behind me here, this small orange box. This game and Guilty seem to share something in common. They are both targeted at mature audiences. This one is, I think, 16 and up. That's not what I wanted to show. So 16 and up. So similar to Guilty, it's targeted at an older audience. Also similar to Guilty, it's a long game. I can't remember what the exact playtime on Guilty was, but it's similar to this, 2 to 4 hours. So we're seeing some small box card-based mystery games that are now targeted to more serious groups, and that's exciting because that's our wheelhouse. That's what we're looking for. Of the 5 games in the Masters of Crime series, they're all listed as co-authored of one designer. Let's see if we can find his name here on the back of this box somewhere. What does it say here? Yeah, Lucas Setsky. Now, Lucas has previously made some mystery games called, I don't remember the exact series, but they're sort of dinner-based. They're closer to the genre of the mystery dinner, murder mystery party games, where you get a group of people around for dinner, and over the course of dinner, one of you sort of act out a play, and one of you is the killer, and the group is trying to figure it out. It's a little more role-playing, a little less hard-based rules, but now they've made the leap to this game. Now, The other thing that's special about this series, in addition to the time and the age count, is this part. Let's read the introduction and you'll pick up what's different here. You make your way through the dark, rainy streets of New York City. The Godfather himself has summoned you to his office. He confides in you his terrible suspicion. There's a traitor in the ranks of the family. You must investigate the loyal family members, examine documents, interview witnesses. Every decision affects how the story develops. In addition to the authentic-looking game materials, the use of real online maps, voice messages, websites draws you deep into the story. Will you restore your family's code and identify the rogue mafia member? So two things jump out here. The first seems to be where the name comes from, Masters of Crime. It looks like all the games in this series has you be playing the role of a criminal. I saw there was one where you're an undercover cop or something, but most of the rest of these are you're a criminal and you're investigating something. So that's a new twist. And then you also probably picked up that this game makes serious use of the internet. Not my favorite element. I'd prefer the games that don't use the internet much, but we'll see how that goes. And then if you look at the back of the boxes, they all look basically the same. So they've all got some very well-established system where you've got this overall playing board where you're laying out cards. We saw this in Guilty too, although Guilty didn't really make much use of it. But then we've got these other sort of looks like planning documents for timeline and larger envelopes and cards and then documents. So on first glance, it looks quite appealing. Art doesn't really do it for me. The art in Guilty was very high quality. This one, it looks a little bit cartoonish, but then again, art doesn't matter that much to me. Okay, anything else to talk about before we get started here and open up this box and take a look at it? YouTube says 23 concurrent viewers. We always tend to get a little more viewers when we do these unusual weekend streams. I prefer to play these games at night, but with the COVID, I'm sort of taking my time where I've got it, and I don't want to put off. We've got a bunch of games to play. We're still trying to fit in a playthrough of War Story, which is probably the game from Gen Con I'm most interested in playing. But that's going to take us a 3-day block, so I've postponed that till next week, if you want to join us for that. And then we're trying to find a time to play through John Keene's Razorhurst Blood Alley print and play game. And so those are the two big games that I'm trying to schedule. Now, I should say, before we get started, that if this box is true, that this game takes 2 to 4 hours, and we do our normal thing where it takes us about 3 times as long as box time, that would mean maybe we should expect up to 12 hours to play this, in which case we won't finish it in one session. So we'll see how it goes, but there's a good chance we'll have to break this up into 2 sessions. And like all of these mystery games, once you watch us play it and play through it with me here, you won't be able to play it again by yourself. So you may want to watch the first opening minutes here and then turn this off, get the game, play it yourself, and come back and watch this afterwards to see how you did compared to us. I guess the other thing we should say is that Sunday, tomorrow, would be our normal time to start a new Dear Holmes case. And I think what I can say is we'll meet tomorrow at 1 p.m. at our normal Sunday time. But let's hold off scheduling Dear Holmes for then. If we only play half of this today, maybe we'll play the second half tomorrow. We'll see. Okay, if no one else has anything else to mention, to talk about, I'll just open up this box and we'll get started here. Hopefully the OBS chat and layout is fixed. It looks like it is, so everything looks good. The only thing that's going to be tricky is I didn't set up the audio video, but I'll worry about that when it comes. All right, well, let's open up the box and see what we've got here. Oh, cards, sheet, envelopes, and one big unfoldable board. All right, so we've got a paper board here called the detective board. Draw stack, finale cards, locations. A little bit reminiscent of Chronicles of Crime here. This is 2 blank pieces of graph paper. This feels like it might be nice to make scans of and write on rather than write on this. One of the things we always have to decide with these games is whether to write on the materials or save it so we can pass it along. Always easier to play if you do write on the materials. Maybe if we decide to take this game seriously, I will just write on this and not worry about it. Okay, then we've got a stack of things here. Sealed. Put this off, and cards. It says stop, don't look at anything in the box yet. All right, well, it's too late. Don't break any of the seals, fine. Instead, follow the game instructions on the back of this card. When you're ready to start playing, turn this card over and read the instructions. Okay, so we'll just open this up. So I was noticing at the start of this stream in the comments, Jonathan said AV is live, which is a policy we use to make sure I don't start broadcasting and not realize that the stream isn't live. This morning I was watching Sam Healy's channel and he came on and said we've been talking for a half hour, didn't realize we weren't broadcasting. So our system has saved us. And sooner or later, if you have a YouTube channel, you're going to end up doing that, thinking you're recording, talking for an hour, realize you didn't hit record or you didn't hit start the live stream. So develop a system. All right. So let's see if we can zoom in so you can read this along with me. I hope everyone's having a good week so far. All right. Follow the instructions on the back of this card, 1A. Okay. Vendetta is a story-based game in which you're solving a murder mystery. To find the culprit, you'll need to complete puzzles, make decisions, and follow leads. You'll need something to write with, the game materials in this box, and access to the internet. As you progress through the game, you'll examine various locations, suspects, and evidence. Study the illustrations on the front of the cards carefully, because the images of the locations and suspects could reveal some key information. If you're playing solo, you'll obviously be able to make your own decisions, but if you're playing with others, you'll need to discuss your options and agree on the best way forward. All your decisions should be made together because you're working as a team. Vendetta is not about closing the case as fast as possible, but about achieving the best outcome, so take all the time you need. When only the final card is left in the stack, you can solve the case and bring the perpetrator to justice. Go to Masters of Crime Vendetta, select solution of the case. If you're stuck and not sure how to move forward with the case, you can find some help on the website. You'll keep coming back to this website time and time again as you gradually solve the case. It's where you enter the codes and puzzle solutions you need to unlock new information and leads. Okay. So we'll be opening that website soon. Now it says draw card 2, continue reading 2A. I did notice it says when you get to the last card, you solve the case. So I wonder if that means we're going to always see everything. That's one of the ways these games differ, is whether you see all the cards or not. Okay, draw card 2, continue reading 2A. Of course, your main goal is to solve the case and bring the perpetrator to justice, but there will also be plenty of opportunities for you to show off your brilliant investigative skills. Your decisions during the game will not only affect how the game unfolds, but also determine your reward at the end. Set out the detective board, large folded sheet. You can use this board for your notes about the people in the game and to work out where you are. You can also use the notes sheet, the smaller sheet with grids, to write down your notes, keep track of the codes you're looking for, and organize your evidence in chronological order. That's our little timeline thing here. And then there's a star. It says there is a strip of stars at the top of the detective board. Those there. At various points in the game, you'll be given a particular number of stars when you make an especially good decision. When you receive stars, color in the appropriate number of stars on the detective board. The number of stars you color in will determine your result at the end of the game. Okay. So let me just say something. Debbie says, in the reviews, it said you have decisions to make at key points that change the story, so you won't see everything in one playthrough. Okay, interesting. One of the things that I sort of, maybe I'm too cynical in general, but whenever I see this kind of thing, I think, are you doing this specifically to get me to write on stuff so that I can't pass it along? Like when we paid Body of Evidence, there occasionally one of these games will want you to write on something, and it feels to me like they're deliberately making it so it's hard to pass this game on. All right, but anyway, we could keep track of stars separately, but maybe for this one we'll write on the game. Let's have if the audience is here, yeah, we could use stickers. I mean, I do have plenty of stickers, but I'm willing to, well, let me say it this way. I have no relationship with any publishers. I don't get review copies for this channel, and that makes it easier for us to be unbiased. When we have negative things to say about a game, we don't feel bad about it. That means I buy all the games we play on this channel myself, but there is a Patreon for this channel, and there are a handful of Patreon supporters. Maybe a new one joins once every 2 months. Currently, Patreon is bringing $93 a month, and that really helps to pay for these games. That means I can afford to buy more new games more frequently, and it's not a big, if we want to write on the material to have the full experience, it doesn't hurt as much. Okay, Marlene says, I vote stickers. Well, we'll see how it goes. It's not a particularly expensive game. Okay, turn this card over and continue reading. Some cards require you to explore new locations, e.g. location A. When that happens, take all the cards with that name, location A, the Godfather's Villa, place them in a stack on the detective board on top of the label that matches that location, ready for when you need them. Only look at both sides of the top card of that location and read it aloud. At each location, you'll need to make a decision and then draw the corresponding cards. Following the instructions on the cards, you'll advance through the game. Make sure you study all the images and read the text on the backside of every available card before reaching your decision. That's the second time it's told us to look carefully at images. Once you make your decision, however, that choice is final. The next card will tell you which cards you need to discard. Return those cards to the box. You can no longer look at them. That's what Debbie was saying, a little bit of choose your own adventure. Other cards may require you to draw a specific card, e.g. number 60. Draw that card from the stack, study it. At certain points in the game, you'll need to stop and take an envelope with a specific number from the box. Break the seal, look inside. That envelope will contain important information on another puzzle you need to solve. You might not take all the envelopes because your choices will determine which pieces of evidence you find. Don't worry, because you'll always have enough information to solve the case. Okay. So a little bit of a hint that this is going to be somewhat of a puzzle-based escape game. I hope not too much. We really would rather have some pure deduction here rather than an escape room game, but we'll see. All right. Draw card 3 and continue reading. Does it tell us what to do with these? It doesn't really tell us to discard them. We'll just discard them. Throughout the game, you will have to figure out various puzzles. The solutions to these puzzles might be place names, numerical codes, or addresses. If you see the code symbol, you will need to go to Masters of Crime, enter code to enter the solution code, which will give you an important clue. You can find out which type of code you need to enter by going to the website. Okay, so if we see this, we know it's a code. We go to the website, and the website will tell us the form of the answer we have to put in. And that's a little bit of a helping hand. You'll need to use the internet in order to complete this game. When you need to use or find some information on the internet, you'll see the globe symbol. For example, you'll need to look up places on Google Maps, research background information, and write emails. Okay, write emails. I'll have to get that set up. Phone numbers with numbers obscured by stars do not need to be called. However, you should still write them down because they could be important for solving the case. If you come across a complete phone number during the game with a phone symbol next to it, you will need to access the call by going to this website. Okay, so this is a better way. We've played a bunch of games. Occasionally we'll play a game that uses a real phone number that you have to call. It's a bad idea because people in different countries have a hard time making those long distance calls, whatever. It sounds like they're using a simulated phone call system. So if you see a full phone number, you can go to this website and pretend like you're calling that phone. Turn this card over, place it in view of all the players. It acts as a reference for the various symbols that come up in the game. Draw card 4 and continue reading. Okay. So here's our reference material. Draw cards, discard, take an envelope, enter a code, use the internet, make a phone call or listen to a phone call, and hints. All right. So far, so good. Where is this supposed to go? Nowhere, just off to the side. All right. Card 4. Symbol reference 2. All right. This tells us to color in a star. Take the envelopes. Take the envelope showing these numbers as soon as you read this card before you make your decision. Study the contents. Okay. Return these cards to the box without looking at them. Draw the card with this number from the stack and read it. Okay. We recommend you take a break after 2 hours. If you'd like to pause the game halfway through, you can find out how to save your progress. I don't know why you need instructions for that, but okay. If you're playing as a team, share the following tasks with the group. Taking notes on the detective board, keeping track of leads and codes that haven't been used yet, navigating the website for hints and guidance, using the internet for writing emails, using search websites, Google Maps, ensuring the game materials are being used correctly. Without looking at them, stack the finale cards 5 through 8 on the designated spot on the detective board and draw card 9. Turn over this card, place it next to the board as reference. Okay. So you can see it says this is a finale. Only turn this card over. Okay, so 5 through 9. 5 through 8 are the finale cards. So these go here. We don't access these yet. Draw card 9. And then this becomes reference. Okay, so here's our reference cards. We'll just put these. Let's clear some space for us. All right. So there's I wonder if this is the draw stack we put there. Finale cards. We're going to need these for our locations. We're going to run out of space at some point, but I'm not sure if we really... Well, maybe we do need this space. All right, and this is discard. I'll put these over here. All right, let's just take a look at what else we have here. These are for our suggested notes. We've got timeline. This is just a general notes area. Now, what's this? This looks like it's just to keep track of envelopes and codes, just generic place to take notes. So this whole sheet is just generic, although this could be not a bad suggestion if timeline is important. All right, so why don't we do this? Jonathan says, once we almost called a random person in Texas at like 5 a.m. by mistake. Yes, we did try. Okay. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take our first break here? Or, okay, let's read the prologue. But before we make any decisions, we're going to take a break soon. That way, those of you who think you may want to purchase this game and play it yourself have a good place to sign off and leave. All right, so I'm just going to read the prologue here. We'll get a feel for how this game goes. March 16, 2021. You're startled awake in the early hours by the shrill sound of your cell phone ringing. The voice of your godfather, Lorenzo Russo, is calm and decisive as he orders you to come to his villa. You know immediately that it must be serious. Without asking any questions, you get dressed and head over there, taking a few deep breaths of the cold New York air to shake off the sleep. During the half-hour drive through Brooklyn, you mull over why the Godfather might have summoned you. You know it's not going to be good. Create a stack of Location A cards, 10 through 13. I have to move this closer to me. Okay, so 10 through 13. In fact, it feels like this stack should be somewhere far away, so we're not tempted to look at what's at the top of it, since it's not being blocked. Okay, so 10 through 13 are all Location A, which are all at the Godfather's villa. The game would have us place them up here at Location A. Then it tells us read card A. Don Lorenzo is a hard man. You've been in his service for many years now and have never seen him shed a tear. Jonathan says you could just put the spoiler alert card 1 on the top of the deck. Where was our spoiler alert card 1? Okay, we could put this. I don't want to put this card on the top of the deck because that's hiding the finale cards, but I can put this card on top. Okay. You've never seen him shed a tear. Even now, his voice is steady as he informs you of the tragedy that has just struck your family. In his hour of need, the Godfather chose to call you alone, his most trusted capo, to his villa. Don Lorenzo knows he can rely on your unwavering loyalty. In the early morning hours of this morning, I was given the news my youngest son, Marco, has been shot dead in a gunfight. The Godfather tells you. He was at a weapons drop with a long-standing business partner of mine, the head of a family who are associates of ours. The meeting was especially hush-hush. Very few knew the details, so I don't understand what happened. Someone must have betrayed my son. I need you to uncover the truth of what happened as quickly as you can. Do whatever it takes. Only then will I be able to mourn my son's passing. You couldn't have imagined the news would be this terrible. It's time to take action. What do you want to do? All right. So we can express our sympathies in the hope that it lifts the Godfather's spirits, keep a cool head and start planning your investigation, or declare vendetta. and vow to kill the perpetrator at the end of the game. Okay, so I like this. We're given a little choose your own adventure thing and a little bit of role playing here. But it looks like the decision we made may have consequences. If we do this last one, we're sort of telling the game that we're taking this personal. But we're not going to make this decision yet. We are going to take a break. We'll come back and get started in earnest. If you think you might want to play this game yourself, nothing has been spoiled yet. You can turn off this video. This game will come out in the next week or so. Play it, come back, watch it afterwards. For the rest of you, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We're about ready to get started playing Vendetta, Masters of Crime. We're faced with a choice right up front. He's told us his son was killed at a weapons meet. His youngest son shot dead in a gunfight. Very few people knew about it. He wants us to find out what happened. We can either express our sympathies, hope it lifts his spirits. I don't think our sympathies are going to do much here. Keep a cool head, start planning, or declare vendetta and vow to kill the perpetrator at the end of the game. Now, chat says, keep cool. D says, keep cool and collected. Promising something you can't deliver would get you killed in the mafia. Debbie says, I'm not sure the Godfather is in the mood for condolences right now. Sounds like it limits our freedom of action. There may be some reason we don't want to kill the perpetrator. Well, John says, vowing for the vendetta feels like it has to end with tragedy, forced to kill someone we don't want to. Well, Debbie says, it wouldn't be good to make a vow and then not carry it out. I mean, I see what you're saying. I'm inclined to not make a vow either because I feel like either 1 and 3 feel a little insincere, although, and we're already trusted, so it's not like we have to earn this guy's trust by proving we're aligned with this family. And he's called us because he wants a clear, focused mind to solve a problem. We're not the hothead. That's how Sonny gets into trouble. We're not that person. We're the calm, cool, collected person. So I think number 2 is best. But let me just point out here, if you're worried about vowing to kill the guy, but then not wanting to kill him at the end and then getting into trouble for that, I think you're worried about the wrong thing. Whether we say we're going to kill the guy at the end or not, this is our job. We're going to be told to kill whoever killed the Don's son. And if we don't obey that order, then we're going to get whacked. So I don't think it's going to matter much whether we officially declare a vow to kill this guy or not. We're going to be given an order and we're going to carry it through, or we'll get killed. So, but either way, we've been called in here to be cool-headed. So let's keep a cool head and draw card 12. Now, this doesn't say to throw out the rest of the cards, but these are the cards, the 3 location cards. Now, we've already made one mistake, but it's not too late. The game told us, study the backs of cards carefully. So what can we see here? Cell phone. He's studying some information on a laptop or at his desk. I guess I don't see too much here to notice. Anyone looking through the windows? This is not a great idea. If you better have that area behind you protected well if you're afraid of assassination. The phone is active. Yes, he's gotten some information on the phone. He's probably just got the phone call, but it's at night. Okay. He already trusts us. Our loyalty is unquestioned. But all right, let's just remember that. All right, so we're drawing card 12. And I guess it hasn't told us to throw out any cards. So these others are going to stay in location A. Keep a cool head and start planning your investigation. All right, let's see. Looks like the back of the card is the same, except it's not color anymore. Interesting. Okay. Here we go. The Godfather is impressed by your cool-headedness. I knew you would understand the gravity of the situation. You're the only one I can trust with this matter. But make sure you don't draw attention to yourself. I cannot risk it getting around that Don Lorenzo can no longer trust his own men. Not even my eldest son, Luca, knows about this. Since he was released from prison, I have had to remind him repeatedly of the rules in our family. When you ask him if he has any leads, he shakes his head. No, when you ask him if he has any leads, he shakes his head. Police told me of the death of my son. Perhaps they know more. I'll send Larry Winder to the park. Marco always knew he was good for information. You better first drop by Marco's apartment to look for some leverage. You leave the Godfather's villa, determined to avenge the tragedy that has befallen your family. You get 2 stars. So we already got 2 stars. Whether we would have gotten those from the other things, I don't know. All right, I'll use little stickers for now. Oh, there's the COVID. I can see I'm going to have to plan some action for when I can't speak. So the stars don't appear to be tied to a location. They're just stars on the board. All right. Someone take over reading. Okay, location B cards. see. Okay, B. Reminder, you can only look at the top card of each location stack before making your decision. You must visit all the locations during the game. So we throw out the cards in location A that we didn't choose, 11 and 13. Ah. Well, this is the first time I've had a cough in my throat. I just got something stuck. But I think what we might do is we might take breaks a little more irregularly than we normally do. But I'm feeling fine. I just got something in the back of my throat. A little scratch. Maybe I'll just take a moment and pause when that happens. Okay. Everything's fine. Now it wants us to specifically take card 64, which I'm going to draw now, but we need to talk about whether it wants us to look at the top cards right now before I grab this. Don't do the voice. The voice, that may be true. Doing that old man voice always gets me. Okay, so card 64. I'll do these off screen so you don't see it so much. Okay, so there's card 64. Now, I've got card 64, which we were told to draw. And it's reminding us that we can look at the top card of each location before making your decision. So I guess what it's saying is this is going to be a card that's going to make us make a decision. We're allowed to look at the tops of these cards now. Is there any order that matters? Can we look at these and then this? Do we have to look? Can we look at this first and then these? That's not quite clear to me. But I guess as soon as we got these location cards and this reminder, makes sense we could look at these first. Okay, now let's reread this to understand what we're being told about these locations. He says, don't draw attention to yourself. He's got an older son, Luca, that doesn't know about Marco's death. And the older son was released from prison and is breaking the rules of the family. Then we ask the Don if he has any leads, and he says no. But he says, the police told me, maybe they know more. He's going to send Larry to the park. Marco always knew he was good for information. We don't know who Larry is. Maybe he's a police officer. But he says, first go to the apartment, Marco's apartment, and look for leverage on Larry. So it sounds like it's suggesting that eventually we're going to try to get information from this guy. This guy might be a police officer or in law enforcement, but loyal or feeding us information. But before we can think we can get information from him, we should go to Marco's apartment, get the leverage that he has on this guy. But scene of the crime seems like we want to go there anyway. Marco is the dead son, yeah. It is just weird that we've got this card too. But, all right, let's start here at Marco's apartment. We're only allowed to look at this card. As you're pulling into the parking lot in front of Marco's apartment building, you spot his wife, Vittoria, coming out of the entrance with her dog on a leash. Without wasting any time, you let yourself in. You need to move fast because Vittoria probably won't be gone long. Using your lockpick, you get the door open and head straight for Marco's study. You grab the piles of documents on the desk, but find the top desk drawer locked. Picking it, you find a letter inside, which you also take. Take the envelopes, look inside each of them before making your next decision, whether that's here or at another location. All right, let's follow these instructions in order. I'm still a little bit unsure about the order that we should be doing some of this stuff in. Okay, but this part is clear. We take 2, 3, and 4. This is pretty cool, these sealed envelopes. All right. Then we see a phone. In the hall, you notice there are 2 new messages on the answering machine. Listen to the messages here. Glancing out the window, you see that Victoria's back already. You've got just enough time to search one more room. Which room do you want to search? Study the images on the card because they could give you some clues. He says, let's look at the back of this card too. Yes, I see some interesting stuff here. It looks like the bathroom's got water in it. Water coming on the floor out of it. That is a clue. This is a weird situation we're in here, though, regarding the order of decisions and stuff. Rob says, I think we should read the drawn card before going to a location. Debbie says, should we read card 64? We're going to solve all this right now. We're going to figure out the order of stuff, but we're going to take it slow for a second. What's strange is that this first card tells us, as we read through it, draw these location cards, and we can look at the top of each location stack before making your decision. But your decision is an ambiguous thing because there's no decision yet. And then it says to draw card 64. So this seems to suggest that we could look at these now, but it's not clear. Then when we did this one, it told us to draw these and that we can look at these before we make our next decision, whether that's here or another location. So that is clearly telling us that even in the middle of this card, we could make some decisions on a different card. And then we're given this decision to make, which seems like it's time sensitive. So, and this tells us to draw a card. So this is this is awfully confusing. Like, does it want us to do this before this? Does it want us to do this first? Can we go spend an hour doing other stuff before we do this? Can we listen to this message before we make this decision? It's not clear to me. But let's look at this card 64 first before we even continue with Marco's apartment. Here's 64. Okay, so 64 is just a person. It's Luca Russo, the elder brother who just got out of jail. Okay, so this one clearly doesn't really matter when we drew it. We're just putting him on the board here as a person of interest. Okay, so that order didn't matter. So the next thing we would have to do is go to one of the locations. So it makes sense that we would go here. We're reminded we can look at the top card of each location stack before making decisions. So that suggests to me that we could look at the top card of this stack and go look at the top card of this stack before having to make any decision. He wants to look at the reference cards again. Take the envelopes, draw the card, and read it. So this suggests that we should draw the card and read it. But, okay, we are going to draw the card and read it. But this says draw these envelopes and read them. So, I mean, if you had to guess, you'd guess you go through them down in order. But Does it expect us to make this decision first? It doesn't seem like it, but it's a little confusing. Jonathan says, the way I read the card about Marco's apartment is we definitely read the envelopes before making a decision, and probably the voicemails as well. I guess I would agree with you that we get to do this before we make this decision. But what about this? There's two questions I have. What about this? Do we get to do this first also? And based on this instruction, does this mean before we have to make this decision, we can also look at this card? The rules seem to suggest to me that we can do anything we want before we make this decision. We don't have, even though thematically it seems to suggest that we should make this decision right away, these rules seem to suggest we could make decisions on other cards in other locations. It's really kind of unfortunate. I mean, thematically, this feels like a decision that has to be made soon. You've got just enough time to search one more room. Which room do you want to search? This is a very odd choice for a game to be like, the rules say take your time, do anything you want, and the story says you got to make this decision immediately. All right, we'll let the chat make a decision here. Card 71 is probably another character card. Yes, it's probably Vittoria. Don't look at the park card. We're not there. Okay. We should take card 7. You think we should take this card right away because it's on the present card and rules say we should draw it. Okay. So probably it's just going to be another person. So I'll do that. Okay, so it is Vittoria, the wife of the youngest son who just got killed. A little va-va-voom going on. We'll put her up there. All right, so that didn't interfere with anything. Now, we got these envelopes. Look inside each of them before making our next decision, whatever that means. So I guess we can just follow those rules. We do have this water, so I would want to go to the bathroom, right? That's our clue, because of the water in the rug. Okay, so we know what decision we're going to make. But before we do, study the images on the cards. Oh, I see. So we are allowed to look at this. Well, these have the same images. So looking at those cards are not very useful. That seems how it works. Like the stack of cards are all the same. All right, but let's take a look at these envelopes that were on his desk. Does seem like I'm not thrilled with the way how ambiguous they are about when you should look at what. All right, let's take a look at envelope 2. Wow, a whole thing here. Okay. This is pretty impressive that it's this full brochure. What is this? St. John's Cathedral, 21, 22, 23, 24. This looks like it's telling us to draw cards 22 and 23. Or all of them? Let's see if there's more detail here. This says location D. All right, let's look at this together. 5 minutes with, I guess, God. We are constantly giving God our thanks throughout our whole lives. We offer him something for food on our tables. We pray for God's help with our prayerful asking to help us. Prayers rest upon our trust. How do you usually pray? Does your family, prayers more spontaneous? You're welcome them in this 5 minutes with God section. Lord God, I thank you for the fullness of life, to confess my sins to you, and that you promised something. I've not earned your love, but I thank you, Steve Brown. Okay. Leverage. Well, we're told to find leverage on Larry Winder. This seems like it. Looks like we've got a coded message. And what do we have? A 5x5 grid. So that should jump out at us. 5x5 is enough letters to write the alphabet. One letter for each thing with one spare. And it looks like here we have a translation. So we've got a grid that matches a substitution cipher. Each letter maps to another letter. And here we have the key for some of the letters. T goes to Y, O goes to T, M goes to R, A goes to F, S goes to X, O goes to T. So we could start filling this out. I'm going to write all over this, the materials in this set. We're not going to worry about it. Elaine says, I think you should follow the instructions in order from top to bottom. Look inside the envelopes first, then listen to the messages, then draw card 71. Okay, well, we'll see how we do. Okay, but we could probably translate most of this right now. But maybe I won't write in this yet. Okay, then we've got a little article here, Feeding the Poor at Cucina Authentica. We're able to launch our first soup kitchen this month in the restaurant Cucina Authentica. Under the guidance of Father Tommaso and the restaurant's owner, Roberto Caruso. Roberto is also a longstanding member of our church community. Soup Kitchen will run at Cucina Authentica on every second and fourth Thursdays of the month between 11 and 2. Looks like we might get some timeline alibi information here. Providing a hot meal for anyone in need. Community and Father Tommaso have given us so much. I wanted to give something back in return, said Roberto enthusiastically. When the first soup kitchen took place in early February, my whole family gets involved while preparing the food we give out. I hope that this can only bring us closer. Soup kitchen means that in a single day, we can give nearly 220 people something to eat. We are really proud of our brother in Christ and request everyone supports him in prayer during the first few months of this holy endeavor. Okay. Frank Solvay resigns his seat on the chapel board. Dear brothers and sisters in Christ, at the end of February 2021, board member Frank Solvay will be leaving the St. John's Chapel board at his own request, thereby resigning from his duties. His decision to leave the board midway through his term was agreed upon when he took up office, so it does not come as a surprise to us. Both the St. John's Chapel board and myself personally are deeply saddened by his early departure, but also respect his decision and ask that the wider church community does the same. We would also like to encourage all the members of our Brooklyn church community to come forward to contribute. Now more than ever, we need people who are willing to take on the various tasks and responsibilities of our church community by joining the chapel board. Changes to the division of responsibilities are still being finalized. And here's a letter from Father Tommaso. Father Tommaso has been the heart and soul of St. John's Cathedral for 15 years now. We're especially pleased that he has reintroduced the sacrament of confession into the lives of New York Catholics. Father Tommaso hears confessions twice a week. You do not need to book, but it is appreciated. As a reminder, the faithful make their confessions beneath a symbol of secrecy, sub rosa. This oath is engraved on the confessional as a reminder, but also applies to Father Tommaso. We encourage everyone to confess their sins and ask for God's forgiveness. Father Tommaso, pastoral care and personal counseling by arrangement. So we've got a partial phone number for him. Let's just write this down. We're told to keep track of such things. 646. So we can't call this, but it still may be useful to us. And then we've got this weird symbol. There's Father Tommaso, which is shown here, which looks like a very odd way of telling us to draw cards, because this clearly tells us that that is the symbol used to draw cards. So I think the game is telling us to take 22 and 23. Maybe these are going to be pictures of people. So let's take a peek in here. I will take a peek at cards 22, 23 and see if they're of useful. Okay, so 22, 23, 24, and 21. All four of these cards are just the location at the cathedral. So it's a cute little hidden way to tell you about these locations. They all match the same thing in that they're all from location D. It's always the first card that's colored. The second are all duplicates, but in black and white. I guess we're allowed to stare at this now if we wanted to. Nothing jumps out. All right, I will put that at location D. All right, so we've got our code here. That's the leverage we're going to use on the guy at the park. No other clues here, although this looked like it might be a timeline thing. All right, let's put this aside. Let's open envelope 3. These are actually blanking on the word now. They're scored, so they're easy to open. All right, what have we got here? Put this in our evidence. We've got a full little menu at an Italian restaurant. Cucina Authentica. This is the restaurant. And we've got another phone number, another partial phone number here. So Roberto Russo, 718-9017. I'll just make a note that this is on Casino Restaurant, so we could find it if we need to. All right, well, let's take a look at this menu. Antipasta, beef taco, burrata. So it's like a Mexican Italian. All right. Giovanni's Vitello, ceviche, carpaccio, cheesecake, salmon tartare. What the? Potato with basil, burrata. Does everyone know what burrata is? Burrata is like a kind of mozzarella. It might be a mozzarella that's stuffed with something. I can't remember. Some fancy gorgonzola with radicchio and walnuts. Salmon spaghetti. And what have we got here? Draw location G, cards 33 to 36. So it's just a little cute way of having us draw location cards. Okay. Location G. Okay, location G is the restaurant. Nice looking restaurant with some outdoor tables. Just put that over here somewhere. I'm not going to worry about putting the locations where they are. We'll just put it on the thing somewhere. Okay, and then we've got a receipt here. Hours, minutes, days, and months. Next meeting. Okay, so this looks like they're using the receipt to set up meeting times. So just on face value, it looks like the next meeting is August 15th at 2:30 p.m. Maybe we'll make a note of that, unless someone has a better reading of that. And this is Roberto Caruso's restaurant. So I think August 15th at 2 p.m. That's how I'm reading it. But now let's see. We've got, maybe we shouldn't say Roberto Caruso. We've got delivery address 1 is Giovanni Di Stefano. Delivery address 2 is Luca Russo, paid by Marco Russo. So Giovanni Di Stefano is 1. 2 is Luca Russo. And then paid by Marco, our dead son. So I'm not sure what this means. The next meeting, why do we have 2 delivery addresses and a paid for? Maybe Marco is calling a meeting between these 2 people? Quite possibly. Okay. One more envelope. All of this while Victoria is coming up the stairs. Okay, remember, this is Marco's apartment. Okay. My dearest Hades, and then we're told we can look that up on the internet. This is March 8th, 2021. When will we see each other again? I cannot wait to spend a few hours with you in the Golden Rooster. Should I book some time for us again? I know that I cannot use your real name, so I will book it under my special name for us. That will also make it feel like we belong together. Like this is divine providence, even though we must keep our love a secret. I'm free on Friday. Will we be able to see each other then? I long for you so desperately. If you cannot endure being without me any longer, you know where I am. All my love, P. Okay, so my dearest Hades, she calls him. Divine providence, got references to religious symbols. I'm free on Friday. All my love, P. And then we're allowed to look that up on the internet. How do we look up? That doesn't seem like anything to look up. Is it Persephone? Persephone? I think that's right. Persephone and Hades might be connected. Okay, P per Persephone. All right, the channel has picked up on that before me. So Hades and Persephone, we could check up. Okay, so, and then we've got mention of the Golden Rooster. All right, so maybe we need to keep a to-do list so we don't forget, an internet to-do list. Hades, Persephone. I'm just trying to get the order of all this stuff first. Looking at our cards here, we finished with this Godfather's Villa card. These were the two we got to keep. So I guess I put these out where we could look through them again later. Then we went into Marco's apartment. We've just finished grabbing the documents on his desk. Those are the three we just read. We can also listen to this message. I guess this hasn't happened yet. Maybe that's how we should think of it. This hasn't happened yet. So we've had plenty of time to look through the stuff. And now we're going to listen to this message here before we have to make any decision. The only thing that I still say is weird is that we're dealing with the location cards, right? It told us to draw B and draw C. Put them in two stacks, which we've done here, B and C. And this is the top of C. And then the rules say you can look at the top card of each location stack before making your decision. That is very confusing, ambiguous explanation. I really would love it to say, does it mean we can only look at the backs of the cards? And when it says make a decision, does choosing where to go count as a decision? I really am not thrilled with that explanation. I would be much happier if it was explicit about... Let's just read this. Only look at both sides of the top card and read it aloud. At each location, you will need to make a decision. Then draw the corresponding cards. Study the images and read the text on the back side of every available card before reaching your decision. Once you make your decision, that choice is final. The next card will tell you which cards you need to discard. That's really not clear. That's really not clear. The rules as read seem to suggest that we could pick this card up, read the front, read the text, pick this card up, read the front, read the text, and then make a decision of which of the forced choices that any of them have. But thematically, it seems more logical that we could only look at this card and look at the back of this card, decide where to go, and then once we pick a place to go, we're locked in there and have to make one of those decisions on this card. It also seems to be suggesting that we should study the images on all these other cards, but we've yet to see a location where the other cards are any different. And then there's also these cards that we're not told if we should do them in this order or not. Study the images on the cards because they could give you some clues. Okay, well, we're going to do it as best as we can. We're going to continue reading this through. We're not going to allow ourselves to go into the city park. John says, I think it's a typo. I feel like they're saying you can look at the illustration on the back of the card. The way I read it is you pick a location to go to, and then you'll resolve all the decisions at a location before going to another location. That makes the most sense to me. Debbie agrees. She says, I think that's what it means. The first decision was the park versus the apartment. Okay. I think each location will only have one decision, so I think you always go to a location, then resolve that location's decision before going to another location. And Dee says, I think it also mentioned about cards you can no longer look at. Yeah, it tells us when to throw away cards we're not allowed to look at anymore. It's just, it's very ambiguous about being able to look at the other location cards. It says very clearly here, reminder, you can only look at the top card of each location stack before making your decision. Now, that's very ambiguous. We're going to choose to read that to say that you can only look at the back of the top card on each location stack. So here's the park stack, and we're going to ignore the statement that you can look at this card. We're going to instead interpret it to mean we can look at the back of this card before making a decision. And then we're going to also have to assume that going to a location is a decision, which is not clear either, because this seems like a clear decision, but choosing where to go, we weren't really given a decision about where to go. So, okay. And the audience is complaining that Debbie says it's pretty clear to me, to be honest. Okay, well, it's not so clear to me, but that's all right. We're all on the same page. All right, so before we get to this, we're going to listen to this message here. So already I'm a little irritated, but all right, it is what it is. For a game that's gone to such lengths to make things clear, it's a little strange that we're struggling with these instructions. All right, so we're at the website. We're going to enter the game here. Sorry, you can't see this. Okay, so I've entered the game. What is going on here? I guess we're meant to click on Vendetta. Okay. So we want to make a phone call. Let's see if Hints and Helps brings us to the phone call thing. Ugh, no. Okay, so this is the website, I guess, for all the games. For some... Okay, you can't click on this. Why it's here, I don't know. You can click on menu, though. Okay, so, but for some reason, there's no link to the phone calls. So I guess they want me to come up here and put in this URL directly. Not at the Vendetta site, but at Vendetta-call. That seems stupid. Okay, why there's no link for it on the Vendetta page, I don't know. All right, but here we are able to listen to the phone call. All right, let's listen.
You got 2 new messages. Message 1 received yesterday.
Okay, I know you could hear it, but I couldn't. So let's see if we can fix that.
You got 2 new messages. Message 1 received yesterday at 17:05.
Hey, little brother, what's up? What are you up to these days? Haven't heard from you in a while. So, yeah, just checking in. And also, I wanted to let you know that we finished this new website. for the casino, you know? You can check it out and let me know how you like it. It's www.goldfish-casino.com. Okay. Yeah, cool. Call me or not, whatever. We'll see each other later in the Boogie Bungalow. Either way. All right, bye.
End of message 1. Message 2 received today at 6:56.
Good morning, Mrs. Rousseau. Detective Martinez, NYPD speaking. I have urgent news for you, which I'm afraid I can only deliver to you in person. Could you call me back as soon as you have listened to this message? Thank you very much, and goodbye.
End of message 2. If you want to play the messages again, press 1 for message 1 and 2 for message 2.
All right, let's listen to that one
You
more
got
time.
2 new messages. Message 1 received yesterday at 17:05.
Hey, little brother, what's up? What are you up to these days? Haven't heard from you in a while. So, yeah, just checking in. And also, I wanted to let you know that we finished this new website for the casino, you know? You can check it out and let me know how you like it. It's www.goldfish-casino.com. Okay. Yeah, cool. Call me or not, whatever. We'll see each other later in the Boogie Bungalow. Either way.
Boogie Bungalow, what is that?
All right, bye.
End of message 1. Message 2 received today at 6:56.
Good morning, Mrs. Rousseau. Detective Martinez, NYPD speaking. I have urgent news for you, which I'm afraid I can only deliver to you in person. Could you call me back as soon as you have listened to this message? Thank you very much, and goodbye.
End of message 2. If you want to play the messages again,
Okay, so the second message is probably the NYPD calling to tell her that her husband's been killed. 6:56 a.m. in the morning, Detective Martinez. She doesn't want to give her information over the phone. Probably that's about the death of Marco. The brother called yesterday at 5:05 p.m. He mentions a website, Goldfish Casino, and he mentions meeting up at the Boogie Bungalow, whatever that is. So we might want to go check out that casino right now. But before we do, I'm having a hard time thematically accepting that this game has us at this woman's apartment while she's coming up the stairs, and now we can go spend an hour on the websites reading these things, looking up Hades and Persephone before we make this decision. It just feels very odd to me, but okay. Let's play according to thematics. We're not going to allow ourselves to go to the website yet. We're going to force ourselves to make this decision now. Let's make this decision now. Because we've already decided we're going into the bathroom because we can see water's coming out of it. We're not going to spend an hour in here. We're going to bust into this bathroom. So let's go ahead and bust into the bathroom. So we're going to look at card 19. We're going to again confirm that even though the rules seem to suggest we should study the backs of these cards, they look the same and they look black and white version of this card. So I don't know why we would ever even glance at this. Okay, but we're going to the bathroom. We're making our decision. Going into the bathroom, which is probably going to tell us to throw out card 20, but we'll deal with that in a second. Here we go into the bathroom. He says there is an audio transcript on the website as well. Is there? That's a nice feature. Is it under this? No, I don't know where it is. Okay, I'll have to take your word for it. Let's bust into the bathroom. There's a puddle of water under one of the doors. You follow the water trail into the bathroom and find the bathtub full. But when you check the temperature, strangely, the water is cold. Rose petals have blocked the drain, and there is half a glass of red wine on the edge of the bath. There are half-melted candles all around the bathroom, but the wax has hardened. It's unlikely that Victoria ran this relaxing bath this morning. Just as you're about to check the medicine cabinet, you hear Victoria unlocking the penthouse's front door. You need to get out of here without being seen. Thankfully, you're able to slip out the window and take off down the fire escape. So we got a star. I'm curious what would have happened if we had tried to go into the other room. All right, I gave us a star here. Discard card 20, which is the card from the location we chose not to go into. And that's it. We put all the cards we chose not to use there. Okay, so that decision is done. It looks like someone ran this bath the previous night and left it, waiting for him to come home, but he never came home. Looks like maybe she ran the bath last night, waiting for him to come home, but he never did. Okay. Now we've got, let me remind you, actually we have 3 locations we could visit. We can visit the restaurant, the city park with the cop to have leverage over, or the church. This card has been resolved. We drew 71. That was the wife. So this card is done, and we've looked at that phone call. All right, so we could go to one of these locations. We're not allowed, we've decided we're not going to turn over any of these cards until we decide to go there. But then we have some open puzzles we could work on. We could decrypt the code and hopefully use this to leverage the guy at the park. That seems natural. We can look up online the story of Hades and Persephone to find out a clue about who this woman might be. We've got this code for meeting. We don't know exactly how to use that. And then we've got this casino website. And then we've got partial phone numbers. All right, let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I've made a scan of our code so we could work it out. The chat has been looking up the story of Hades and Persephone. Let's see what the chat says. John says, Jesse, I think you've misunderstood some of the rules as more general than they meant them to be. The general structure of the game is pick a location, go there, completely resolve the location. Okay. So I don't think you can switch locations till the current location you're at is fully resolved. Okay. Perhaps we're going to treat it like that, although I will make clear, I will just remind you what this text says here. Look inside the envelopes before making your next decision, whether that's here or at another location. So I have a hard time reconciling this instruction with the idea that we can't have an open decision at another location. This seems to suggest that we could have other decisions at other locations. So that's confusing, but I still tend to agree with the way you're saying in general. Rob says, place the location card G at its proper location. So what did I do? I put this over here because we're sort of using this space, but okay, I'll put this where it should be. We'll try to make space everywhere. These are our notes. These are the cards we've already looked at. All right, so the open things for us now are the Goldfish Casino website, learning about Hades and Persephone, and understanding the coded leverage so that we could go to the park and confront this guy. This does seem like the natural next place for us to go, but why not check out the website first? But let's learn a little bit about Hades and Persephone first. Dwarf says, Persephone was the daughter of Demeter, abducted into the underworld by Hades to be his bride. Ended up having to stay 6 months of the year because she ate 6 seeds while she was there, before Demeter could negotiate her release. Okay. So Hades abducting Persephone from Persephone's father. So we might be looking for a father of Persephone who could be playing a role. Debbie says, pretty sure we've already solved the Hades clue. P is Persephone. Not everyone knows Greek mythology. Well, don't forget, this game does encourage you to use the internet. So could be someone with the code name of Persephone or a real name Persephone. All right, let's do this while we're here. Let's solve this code while we're here, or at least partial. Okay, so we know these are going to be letters of the alphabet, and we know this looks like partial decryption. So I guess depends whether we want to fill this out. Let's fill this out so we can decrypt this more easily. So the Y goes to a T, the T goes to an O, the R goes to an M, the F goes to an A, the X decrypts to an S, and the T decrypts to an O again. Okay. Now, is there a pattern here? QRSTLMNOP. PQRST. Okay, so it's clear that we've just started an A here. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, and then it's wrapping around here. So that's fairly easy for us to figure out. Everyone followed this? U, R, S, T, then we're going to cycle around U, V, W, X, and this is going to be Y and Z. Normally we look at the I's and J's for overlapping, but that's clearly not what's happened here. So we don't have to worry about that. We know the A. Okay. So this is from ciphertext to plain text. Let me just make cipher to plain. That's how I've written this. All right, so if this message here can now be written as H I T A N T R U N W I T H WITH. K goes to F. F A T A. F A T A. L I E Y. Fatality. Hit and run with fatality. Okay. So the leverage we're using on Larry Winder is he was involved in a hit and run, I think. Okay. So good. We've solved that. So before we go confront Larry Winder to see what information we can force out of him, let's go check out that website, don't you think? I mean, I feel like I'd rather go to the park, but well, we can go to the park and then if we get an open question, I'm just trying to think I'm trying to think logically about the rules we've adopted. We've sort of decided that you can't leave one location and go to another one. Though we're not 100% sure on that. Debbie says the casino might give you another location. Okay, well, I guess since we know about the website of the casino, let's try to go there. All right, so it was goldfish-casino.com, right? Where's my notes? Goldfish-casino.com. Lucky Goldfish Casino. Step inside and try your luck. Okay, whatever. You can have all the cookies you want. The Lucky Goldfish Casino is a Russo family business. Since the 1930s, we've been entertaining our guests with a wide range of safe and fair machines, first-class gaming tables, world-class cocktails, and cold beverages from our casino bar. As a preview of the exhilarating gaming experience at our unique venue, you can collect your first win here online. Draw your lucky cards completely free and win great prizes. Okay, so we can draw some cards. We've got some photos. Nothing jumps out here to me. All right. Let's see, what have we got here? Slot machines. Over 200 the latest generation machines. The casino industry has had a fantastic year, reveals Luca Russo, owner and manager of the Giddy Goldfish Casino. That's the older brother, Luca. But we have wildly outperformed the competition with our, why is this text so hard to read? Oh, with our outstanding services and the new adventure slots. We can barely keep up with demand for reservations. Every evening, all tables are fully occupied. Would you like to book this luxury casino for you and your friends? Then click the button below and secure an exclusive slot. With over 22,000 square feet, we offer you an extraordinarily great gaming experience in the heart of Brooklyn. 22,000 square feet in Brooklyn. Really? I don't think gambling is legal in Brooklyn. I don't think you can have a casino in Brooklyn, but we have everything a gambler's heart desires. Classic slot machines, video slot machines with bonus games, roulette and poker tables, blackjack, and much more. Come by or rent the whole location for a private gaming experience. Any questions? And then there's an FAQ. And draw your lucky cards. I didn't click anything, but we've already got a card here at 37. It's given me cards here. Okay. So 37 to 47. It looks like it's just a fun little way to get us to draw, to tell us to draw more cards. These are going to be the locations of the casino. And I guess if I click this, it's just going to click me down to the bottom of the page. Yes, okay. 37 through 47. So, wow, there's 10 places at the, 10 or 11 places at the casino. So the casino is a big stack of location cards. Again, first one's colored, all the others are identical but black and white. So I will put those out on the table where they belong. So we now have a new location we can go to. Let's see if there's anything else to understand here at this place. We've got a menu with an FAQ and a contact. The game does say sometimes we're going to be using email. So I wonder here, let's see. Let's take a look at the FAQ. Can you pay with a debit card? No, cash only. Are drinks included? No, we are an upscale casino, not a charity event. Do I have to present an ID card to play at the casino? Answer, no. For an additional $50, we'll have a trained professional verify your age and personal information without further identification. Interesting. Can I consume food and drinks brought to the casino? Not if you want to go home without any bruises. I cannot reach Mr. Russo by phone. Who should I contact? Try contacting Giovanni DeStefano. He is second in command behind Luca Russo. That sounds important. So Luca Russo, who's the older brother, and then second in command is Giovanni DeStefano, who is the person that's on our delivery menu. Okay, so a little bit of hierarchy of the chain of command here at the casino and a connection between Giovanni and Luca. How do I cash out my winnings? For a $35 processing fee, you can cash out winnings over $100 at the front desk. Let's see what else we got. Legal page. Legal notice. It's mentioning Cosmos website. This looks like probably a proper legal page about this site. Privacy notice. These are not game website pages. These are real website pages. Okay, that's fine. These are the real ones in this site menu here. Okay, so the other thing we could do is contact. Let's see what happens when we do contact. Luca Russo, CEO. Okay, well, there's our guy, the older brother, presumably religious. After a year-long vacation, that was when he was in jail, young and attractive entrepreneur Luca Russo is finally back in business. In his absence, he has planned nothing less than the revolution of the entire gambling industry. See for yourself and experience an unforgettable evening at the Lucky Goldfish Casino. For bookings or inquiries for business partnerships, visit Luca Russo, and then we've got his phone number. Okay. That's the first phone number we have for Luca Russo, I think. Yes, okay. All right, so what's his partial number? 5991. That is a 1, right? 991949. We don't know how to use these partial numbers yet. Presumably, we're going to find out sooner or later. Okay, so that's our casino. There's also a search function. Yeah, but it's going to be searching on this page, right? I don't think... It's an interesting question. Let's see what happens if I just put something in. Recent posts, recent comments, interesting. I mean, we could search for Marco. Nothing. Okay, well, if we think of something to search for, we might. Although I don't know, like there's no hint that there is a blog or anything here. So I'm not sure what it's searching. If you click on the fish, you just get to the home page. Okay. All right. Well, it seems like it's time to go to the park and use the leverage information we have, right? We visited the goldfish. We're told about the boogie bungalow, but we weren't given an internet thing. So I don't know how we follow that up. So I think it's time to go to the park. All right, so let's take this park location. Let's study the back of the card. They're clearly in Central Park here. This guy looks like he's a cop or FBI or something. And now we're going to force him to give us information. All right, we're choosing to go to location B. Is this an official decision? Not clear. Larry Winder is sitting on a wood bench waiting for you, his legs bouncing nervously. The corrupt cop has been collaborating with your family for years by passing on various bits of private information. When you sit down next to him and stare at him inquisitively, he immediately starts coming up with excuses. You already knew this about Larry. He likes to weasel his way out of things. But the Godfather wouldn't have sent him if he wasn't convinced that Larry knew some important information. Looks like you'll have to persuade him to cooperate. Okay, so we can threaten him with an iron bar, we can remind him of the incident in the bar, or remind him of his traffic violations. Okay, well, we've decrypted the note that our guy Marco died, hit and run with fatality. So I guess traffic violations is the entry that corresponds to that. Debbie says at some point we should also read cards 64 and 71. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean look at these cards? These are just people cards. All right, so we're all in agreement, right? That we're going to ask him, we're going to remind him gently about his hit and run fatality. So that's card 17. Unless someone has an objection, now it's time to speak up. Okay. So, I forgot that those are going to be of our location cards. All right, so we're choosing 17. The rules are going to tell us to throw away the other two, but I'll wait until they do. Okay. Larry suddenly gets very jittery when you bring up his hit and run. You and your family had to clean up after him so that he didn't lose his job and wind up in the slammer for a few years. No one found out that it was Larry who caused the fatal accident on the highway, but it's clearly still eating away at him. Good. That means he's forever indebted to your family, and jogging his memory has had the desired effect. Larry reaches into his bag and pulls out an official-looking report, jots something down on it, then says, "That's everything I have access to. Marco Russo was caught up in some sort of police raid yesterday after we got an anonymous tip at 10 p.m. last night. If you need more info than that, you can try the email address I wrote down." Then he jumps up and gets out of the park as fast as he can. Okay, so 2 more stars. All right. And we're getting some timeline information that clearly we should keep track of. Let's see. So if we wanted to use this document, today the investigation begins. So somewhere 10 p.m. last night, I'm just going to keep it on a card for now. So 10 p.m. last night was the anonymous tip to police. He was caught up in some sort of police raid after. And he says, you can try the email address. Maybe that's the email address that submitted the tip. And then he's gone. Okay, so it says, throw away the cards at this location that we didn't choose and get out envelope 1. All right, so here's the... I'm liking these big pieces of evidence here. So, Precinct 76 operation report. And we've got our first code symbol. Okay, so March 15th, 10 p.m. to 10:35. So this is our March 15th, which is last night. 10 p.m. to 10:35 p.m. At 10 p.m., Precinct 72 received another call from our informant, name blacked out. This follows a hot lead from the same contact a few days ago about a secret handover on March 15th between 2 important men. And this was August 15th. We read this as August 15th at 2:30 p.m. Okay, so either the translation, it's not the 8th month, and it was really this month, or it's just a coincidence that it's on the 15th. But anyway, a handover between 2 important men from the Messina crime family and the Russo crime family. So is that what this is about? Is this Messina crime family and Russo crime family? March 15th, learned that the meeting had been moved forward from midnight to 10:30 p.m. Immediately radioed for reinforcements and communicated the raid address. So this is the raid address. Might give us a new location. They were originally going to meet at midnight. They moved it up to 10:30, so the police immediately called for reinforcements and raided the place. And here's the timeline. Precinct 1 responds to a support request and sends units. Unit expected to travel to scene via Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. Precinct 72 heading north as backup will place snipers across from the meeting point. Snipers report being beyond the Erie Basin Auto Pound. Snipers report no line of sight due to the IKEA shuttle. Blocking view of meeting points. So it looks like from Google Maps, we should be able to triangulate this. Pretty interesting. U.S. Coast Guard approaches from the water positions in Erie Basin. Snipers have sights on suspects entering warehouse. Operation begins. Precinct 1 arrives and now leads the operation. Precinct 1 operation report continues on the following pages. S. White. Contact X-ray Anonymous at gmail.com. Check spam folder. Okay, so we've got an email address here, which could be this word, x-ray.anonymous or xx anonymous. So we might want to write, we will want to write that email, but first we should probably try to map this out. We could go and see what form the code has. Okay. Interesting. So there are two things here. One is to get out Google Maps and what? See if we can see where they're all pointing towards. Jonathan is heading out. All right, well, let's see if we can't pull up Google Maps and get a feel for this. All right, so they traveled to the scene via Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. All right. Okay. Well, that is the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. Let's see. Precinct 72, Precinct 1, headed north. Snipers across from the meeting point. Beyond the Erie Basin Auto Pound. So what you're seeing here at the top of your screen is the southern tip of Manhattan. And then going south, going down, we hit Brooklyn. So assuming they're going into Brooklyn, they'd be going south. I do see an IKEA shuttle. Okay, let's try to search for, how do I search here? Let's try searching for the Erie Basin. Okay, fine. So we've headed from Manhattan into Brooklyn, and The snipers are in the Erie Basin pound, positioned at the northernmost point of the peninsula. Let me see if I can get a better view of this view. Okay, here we go. All right, so presumably they're in here somewhere. No line of sight due to the IKEA shuttle. Guess this is the IKEA. They're talking about blocking the view of the meeting point. So I'm not sure if that means that the snipers are here being blocked through here. Coast Guard approaches from the water, positions in the Erie Basin to pause shuttle crossing. Not sure what that's about. Erie Basin auto pound. All right, well, we found the Erie Basin. Where's the auto pound? What does that even mean? The Erie Basin auto pound. Here's Erie Basin Park. Snipers blocked by IKEA. If I had to guess, my guess would be that the meetup is at the park. And that's why the IKEA would be blocking it from the corner. The IKEA shuttle. I mean, I see IKEA. There's the IKEA bus terminal. That's my guess about what it's talking about right there. So I think what they were suggesting is that the snipers are like here, blocked by the IKEA, which means that they're facing this Red Hook Recreation Center and park area. But then it says, snipers have sights on suspects entering warehouse. So the question is, what warehouse is there? I just see parks, no warehouse. Is there a warehouse here? It's a little confusing what it wants from us. Why don't we go take a look at the code and see? It's a little unclear whether it wants us to, what form it wants us to put information in. The channel wants to type IKEA shuttle. Amazon warehouse just north of the park. Yes, you're right. There is a warehouse just north of the park, right there. Right in the center of our screen now. Okay, well, that's not a bad guess. It's just not clear whether the game wants us to be able to pick a particular location out or whether it expects us to email this person first. But let us try this. Before we spend too much more time, let's go to the website. And let's go to where it says codes. Can you see this? There, codes. All right, now let's see what it told us we could go here. Let's see. All right, so please select the location where you found the enter code icon. Here you can determine the type of answer required for each code as well as inputting the code. Okay, so we got this from card 17, envelope 1. So envelope 1, police report. Okay, now let's see what it wants. Where did the secret meeting take place? Note, you only need to enter the street name and the house number. Write the house number first and then the street name. If the street name consists of several words, put a space between each word. Start each word with a capital letter. Example 122 New York Street. So it's an open-ended answer. It wants the street address. Okay, and there's the auto pound is down there. Okay, so if we thought it was at the Amazon warehouse, I guess we'd want to know all the warehouses to know it. But if we thought that was the warehouse, the answer would be 55 Bay Street. Can we ask for nearby? Let's see something. If we say warehouse is nearby. Okay. So here we have on Google Maps warehouses. Now, we know it's not going to be this DAB5 because we're told the snipers at the Erie Basin are blocked by the IKEA shuttle. And they wouldn't be blocked from 5. And they wouldn't be blocked from the BP warehouse, I think. But what about this other one that the Wind City Works? Okay, the channel is saying something like DYN7 Brooklyn, check Jesse. Okay, I don't know what that means. It's a warehouse, check Jesse. I don't know what that means. I'm looking at our map here. I see the warehouses. I see the one we looked at, UNY5, which seems like a very good candidate. The one at BP warehouse seems too far away. Wind City Works seems like a possibility, but I don't think that would be I don't think IKEA would be blocking that. So the one that IKEA looks like it would be blocking from the Northwest Peninsula, that would be blocked by IKEA. So I do think it's this one here. Okay. Debbie says, search for DYN7 Brooklyn near Erie Basin. Okay, I'm not going to do that. You have to give me some rationale for that. I don't know why you've come up with DYN7. I don't know why it wouldn't be listed here under all the pins for warehouses. So you're going to have to do better than that. But let's take a step back for a second before we even get to that. So we know we're trying to find the street address. We know it's a warehouse. We know the shuttle is blocking it. Now, what we also don't know, however, is whether the game wants us to talk to this person first. All right, so Debbie is trying to give me a little more justification. She says the shuttle path crosses between the peninsula and DYN7. Click on it and it says warehouse. Okay, so you're saying even though, okay, so there is the shuttle. Now we've got an exact route of the shuttle. IKEA Express shuttle. So something is blocking, the shuttle is somehow blocking it. But Google Maps shows these as the warehouses, and you're saying there's some other warehouse that this shuttle would block. I mean, this thing here, but that's not what you say it is. Okay, well, let's search for this thing that I have no reason I should be searching for. Absolutely no reason that I should search for this, but here it is. Okay, so instead of looking at warehouses now, we're looking at something called DY7 Brooklyn. And the only reason we're searching for that is someone in the chat has told me. Now I'm zooming in, I see nothing to make us think it's a warehouse. Nothing to make us think it's a warehouse. Okay, so I can zoom in endlessly. Nothing suggests it's a warehouse. If I click on it, I am told it's a warehouse. Okay, so that is very unpleasant. Maybe you can convince me how that you found it in a more reasonable way. I'm going to write down 640 Columbia. It certainly would not be what I would guess is the answer. I would be much more inclined to ask Google Maps to find me all warehouses. Oh, now we have 1 million warehouses. That's interesting. And where are we? What's happened? Okay, we're back to the warehouses here. We've got some new ones that Google Maps has decided to tell us about, but still not the one that Debbie has found for us. All right. However, before we do any complaining, and I would be inclined to complain about this quite a bit, we don't know if the game is telling us that we should talk to this email before we have to solve this puzzle. So let's try that. Even though I can tell already I'm not loving this, but okay. Let's compose an email. And here's the email address. I can see already it's also ambiguous. Contact X-ray. So maybe the name is X-ray, but the address is X-ray Anonymous. However, Anonymous seems to be spelled with an E here, and not a mouse. Maybe? At gmail.com. Is that how you read this address? Okay, Debbie's trying to convince me that you just have to read the directions carefully. We're just going to have to respectfully disagree about that. But okay, is this what we think this address is? anonymous@gmail.com? I guess we can email both of them. Subject, follow up. Just following up on your report to us last night. What more can you add? Let's just be a little ambiguous so that they don't realize who there's. It's a dot, not an underscore. It could very well be a dot, not an underscore. Or it could be an underscore. So I guess we're going to do both of them. These are little things that probably shouldn't bother me, but they snowball up. They start to snowball up and become annoying. And I can see that's the rut I'm getting in here, where I'm getting irritated at this game. All right, well, we'll send it to these two. Okay, Debbie is saying the directions mentioned the shuttle getting in the way. Yeah, I'm not so much having a complaint about the general instructions. I guess my biggest complaint is this idea that you can see I've asked Google Maps to show me warehouses, and you're picking a place that is not triggered by Google Maps it's not coming up as a warehouse. And in fact, I can zoom in as much as I want, and your special place is not showing up. I mean, here is the place. It's here now because we searched for it before. Now Marlene is saying it's COVID. Shuttle getting in the way of crossing the basin. Well, there's the shuttle, so I agree. But, well, okay. Anyway, we can agree to disagree. Debbie says, I've looked at places near the sniper spot. Why would they stage further away? Well, that's fine. I just don't, well, we can't trust it now anyway, because now it's showing up because we searched for it before. Okay, regardless, it's not important. There's no point in arguing about it. Let's see if we get a reply in our email from this person. Okay. I can provide the following information. The police went on a mission yesterday after receiving a call from a phone booth at 10 p.m. The phone booth belongs to a known mafia hangout, the strip club Boogie Bungalow. Draw location K, cards 56. Okay, well, we know the older brother mentioned that. Location, cards 55. We've got a new location. Boogie Bungalow. Okay. I can't track down who made the call. Cell phone numbers and calls made from cell phones are always traceable. But this caller was smart. Phone booths are anonymous. I can only tell where the phone booth is located at, not who used it. As long as the person was not recorded by a surveillance camera while calling, we're clueless in that regard. I located the phone booth and using the latest technology, completely unknown to the police, found out all the cell phone numbers that were logged in the immediate vicinity of the phone booth on the evening of the call. These people were in the vicinity of the phone booth on the evening of the call. Draw object 11. Draw object 11? Do you mean card 11? No, you must not mean card 11. Maybe you mean envelope 11. I was also able to record all relevant messages that came in and went out that evening. Pull object 12. Okay, I think it means envelopes 11 and 12. Okay, so I've got envelopes 11 and 12. I don't have time to find out who these numbers belong to. That's your job. I can't provide any more information than that. Do not respond to this email. Everything can be tracked. X-ray. Okay, so X-ray doesn't help us with the meeting location. And once again, we seem to be in the middle of one puzzle and being given a lot more information about other things. So I don't know if we should be doing this or stick with our, I guess let's stay on course of our code here. So let's go back to our, let me just see here. Address not found. Okay, fine. All right, so we're gonna go back here. We're gonna try to make the most sense of this, and then we're gonna go to this warehouse here. Okay, it's got it. Okay. So we came down through the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, which is here in the upper half of your screen. They went to the Erie Basin Auto Pound, which we know is down here. Position at the northernmost point of the peninsula, which I guess means here. Snipers have no line of sight due to the shuttle blocking the view. Okay, so that dotted line there is the shuttle. So somewhere between here, the shuttle blocks the view. That gives us anything, basically anything on the map to the east and north of this point. So anything over here could be the meeting point. But Debbie is reasonably saying, hey, it's got to be someplace right near here if it's going to be, if they're going to bother to set up here. Coast Guard approaches from the water, positions in the Erie Basin to pause the shuttle. So I think they're saying someone stopped the shuttle so that the snipers would have a view. So you might expect any warehouse in this general area around the basin. Anything from here would be a good candidate for a warehouse. When we searched warehouses, we got a whole bunch of other points. I don't know how to make DYN7 Brooklyn stop showing. It showed because we searched for it. It is called a warehouse, so that's a fairly good guess. Are there other warehouses here? Here? How about this? How about DAB7, DAB5 Amazon? Is that a warehouse? Yes, it is. Why couldn't it be that? That would be a view that would be blocked by the shuttle. It's a warehouse. It's very nearby. So this seems as good a warehouse as any to me. 270 Richards. Now, you got a reason why it's the one you like rather than that one? I'll hear it. What about here on this dock? Anything here? Trolley Food Bazaar. Guess I don't see a warehouse here. Debbie says no, I have no reason not to prefer that one. Could be either of these two. Okay, so we've got two. Neither of them, well, I'm not sure if neither of them come up on warehouses. If we search for warehouse, does the Amazon one come up? Let's see. So actually, two come up to the north. DAB5 and General Waste. Now, what's General Waste? General Waste is another warehouse. Okay. Now, waste management, Mafia likes to use waste management. So if I had to pick any of them, this is the one I would pick. Although it's awfully annoying that that's at Van Brunt Street. Now, so now we have some candidate places, right? Okay. All of them would be blocked by the shuttle. I guess I would argue that this one might be the best candidate based on it being a waste management and it being so close to the northern tip. But now, a second question is there any penalty for guessing wrong? And a separate question would be whether we should open these other two documents to give us more clues, or is it fine for us to just guess the other two locations? Should we? Does it matter if we guess and we're wrong? Is there a penalty? Should we be not trying to guess until we're sure? Looks like we're in general agreement about general waste. I would hope there's no penalty for guessing. Is there any reason for us to think that these emails have clues for us? Someone made a call, a Boogie Bungalow. I sort of don't want to get distracted into this side issue of who made these calls. But if there's a penalty for guessing... Rob says, I don't think the 1112 envelopes are related to this puzzle. And George says, I don't think, it seems weird there would be no other way to narrow it down. It is odd right up from the front that there doesn't seem to be a way to narrow it down. But okay, let's go with the channel's gut feeling that there isn't going to be a penalty for being wrong. Okay, so we're going to say that our best guess, after much complaining on my part, but that complaining seeming now to be partly justified, because now there isn't just one candidate, there's now three candidates, and one seems a little bit more likely, a new one. We're going to try the waste management one, which is this one here, 481. That's our waist. Okay, so we're going to try 481 Van Brunt. Is that right? Now I have to go back to the Google Maps. Brunt Street. 481 Van Brunt. Okay, here we go. We're going to try to put this in and see what happens. No. Doesn't like it. Capital letters on each first letter. You need to use uppercase. Okay, let's click reload page. Let's see what we got. Okay, so we got to do this again. Okay. You need to enter the street name and the house number. Write the house number first, then the street name. Put a space. Start each word with a capital. 481. That's stupid, but okay. There's no reason you need to require that, but all right, fine. Still not correct. Okay. Let's go back. Oh, back was the wrong thing. Now we got to do that whole navigating again. Let's just go forward. Let's reload the page. Let's tell it again what we're trying to enter. Now let's look at it again. Now here it says it wants the actual ST. Do we think it's this sensitive? I don't know, but we're going to have to try it again. 481 VANBRUNT. Now we're going to put a space and we're going to put an ST, not with a period because maybe it cares about that. Okay, our third try at this same address. Still not correct. All right, so maybe the actual address is not the right address. Okay, so we'll try one of our other 3 addresses. Debbie's original address was 640 Columbia. Columbia Street, like this, we think? Let's try it. No, that's also wrong. Or formatted incorrectly. We don't know. Let's try again with our third guess. Our third guess was 270 Richards. Richards Street, we think. We'll try this. Also incorrect. Now, who is surprised? Not me. I am not surprised that this is giving us trouble. Okay, so before we try again, we'll go back to our map. We'll check our candidates and see if we might have done something else wrong. There was our 481 Van Brunt Street. We tried that one. Okay. DAB 5 was at 270 Richards Street. We tried that. That didn't seem to work. Debbie's original guess was all the way over here. 640 Columbia Street. We seem to try all 3 of those. So we're in a weird situation here. .41 Van Brunt has additional information. Yes, it does. Surely they don't want me to type that whole thing in. What would be the purpose? 11 AR. I guess we answered our question about penalty for being wrong. There doesn't seem to be any penalty for being wrong. Let's look at these instructions again. You only need to enter the street name and the house number. Write the house number first and then the street name. If the street name consists of several words, put a space between each word. Start each word with a capital letter. Is there a period after the ST? No, they don't want the abbreviate. They want the street name, but they want it to be abbreviated ST. All right. So the chat seems to think it wants that unit 11 AR. That doesn't, that would be in direct contradiction to the instructions here. The instructions say explicitly you only need to enter the street name and house number. 481 space VANBRUNT ST. That matches what it's asking for. If we think that's right, let's try that again. Not correct. Now I have to click reload and reselect and re-choose here. Chat seems to want me to try 481 Van Brunt and add the... We already tried omitting the street part. I'll try it again though. Not correct. Reload. Reload, re-choose this information. Hold on a second. Card 49 warehouse. No, that's weird, but okay. Okay. So if we think it's Van Brunt, 41 Van Brunt. And then we tried ST. But then someone was thinking to try the unit 11 AR. It can't possibly want this full information. And then does it want the street? No, none of this makes any sense. Okay. Of course, based on all this, oh, here's a new warehouse, Liberty Warehouse. Maybe it's this one. This would also be blocked. Boy, is this stupid, but okay. Now this doesn't even look like it's an actual warehouse, so this would not make sense. But I guess we have to try it. And then Marco on the channel has another rephrasing of the thing. All right, I'm going to try this, then I'll try that. It makes no sense if you're going all the trouble to make a website that you would make it so particular to a specific way. But I'm going to try 260 Conover. Now, the other thing, though, could be that one of our other clues gives us more information. So if this doesn't work, we're going to stop, rewind, and go to look at some of our other clues that we haven't resolved yet. But let's do this first. Let's try this new one. 260 Conover Street. No. So I click reload. I reselect so that we can go back. Okay, now the channel wanted me to type in the full address, 481 Van Brunt. Oops. I mean, this can't be right. You'd have to be, if this worked and the others didn't, I'd almost be ready to stop playing. It would be inexcusable to have it require this format of an answer, especially when they're writing their own website. No. Okay. All right, so we're going to stop. We're clearly misunderstanding something about a clue, or Google Maps, which could be different for any different person using it, is giving different answers. We're not going to worry about it. We're going to assume, we're going to give this game the benefit of the doubt and just assume that we're not supposed to be able to narrow it down yet. And the fact that there are multiple warehouses should give us a clue that it's too ambiguous. But this is clearly something that is unpleasant. But let's pretend that we're not supposed to be able to solve it yet, because we do have other clues. In fact, from our understanding of the game, there's no reason this is the next thing we have to do, right? This is just something we can do at some point. So we emailed, we got these two pieces of information. So let's just start working on these, but it's time for another break first. I can feel myself right on the edge of being on tilt from this game. That was a very unpleasant experience. That's not over yet. No real excuse for it, but maybe it's just a failure to communicate that we're not supposed to be able to pick a place out yet. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll open up this evidence. We'll try to reset our emotional baseline. I'll see you in 8 minutes. People ask, why are the breaks on this channel 8 minutes long? And the reason is because at 5 minutes, there's still some percolating anger remaining in me. But by the time we get to 8 minutes, everything's calm. So we're going to reset. We've gotten up. We've gotten our coffee. The cat is relaxing. Everything's fine. We're ready to get back into the game. Part of the reason why we do these long playthroughs and with all the frustration left in is I feel like that's appropriate for, these are like playtest sessions. You should be able to see how angry someone gets playing your game. And maybe that will leave a mark, leave a lasting impression for game designers about why playtesting is so important. And well, whatever. Let's check in with the chat, clear my little blinking light here and see what the group thinks. So Delia figured out the answer and says, Jesse's not going to like this. Debbie says, I'm looking at hints. I still can't get it. Rob is convinced that there should be some way to narrow down the options, that there must be some other clue. Debbie says, I checked the solution and I don't think you're going to get it. I don't think there are any more clues either. I just think this one is really badly clued. You'll see why if you check the solution. All right, well, we are going to look at the hints and figure out the solution and see what Delia found. But first, we're going to give the game the benefit of the doubt that we don't need to solve this clue yet. So we're going to check to see if the other information on this page could help us. Doesn't seem like we need help, but we did email that person. They did give us 2 clues. They told us a little bit about, well, actually, this is a little tricky to keep track of. They gave us this information, which we really should print out so we have in front of us. They gave us the Boogie Bungalow location, which is location K, which there's no space for. Oh, there it is. They're down at the bottom. Okay, there's lots of locations in this game. All right, anyway. They're talking about who made the phone call in to tell the police about the raid. It came from the Boogie Bungalow, which we know the older brother, which I'm starting to think the older brother is the killer here. But anyway, they say that it was made from a phone booth, so we don't know the actual caller, but this person who looks like maybe they work for the CIA or something has tracked cell phone pinging of people near the phone booth, essentially. So one of these people probably made the phone call. And they've given us 2 pieces of evidence. One is the list of people near the phone booth. And the other one is other messages that came in and out that evening. I don't know what that means, other messages that came in and out that evening, but maybe messages to this bar, this strip club. But okay, let's take a look at these 2. So we're delaying our warehouse thing for a second. Okay, these are cell phones that are pinging near the phone booth at the strip club. So let's take a look. We know the call came in at 10, was made. And at 10 o'clock, these numbers were pinging. By 10:30, the raid was over. And these are calls that came in ahead of time. Or these aren't calls being made. These are people whose cell phones are pinging. So now we know why the partial numbers are relevant. So this is actually kind of clever. So we've got our database that we've been collecting of people's partial phone numbers. For example, we're suspicious of the elder brother, Luca. His partial phone number is 5991 949. This is weird. This doesn't seem to match our other partial. Our other partials are all 3-digit area code ending with 4. How did we get such a weird number for Luca? That feels like it might be reversed. This might be 949 5991. I do see a 5991 here and here. But not after 10 p.m. It would make sense that Luca hangs out here. He mentioned it to his brother. But this seems to suggest that he was gone by the time the anonymous person made the call. So that would rule out Luca, if that's true. We also have phone number for Father Tommaso, 6462251. He doesn't seem to have been at the strip club. What about Roberto Caruso, 9017? He was there at 9:30. He was there at 10 p.m. So Caruso could have made the anonymous call. What about, oh, that's the older brother. We already checked him. So we have one candidate that would have been there at the time of the thing. Okay, I like this piece of evidence. All right. And then this is going to be the messages. Ambiguous, what messages to where, from who. I see. These are just text messages to the phones at the club. So we've got 3 sets of messages, 3 separate phones. Let's see what we can make sense of this. Okay, so here's one phone. "8 p.m. What are you doing? Thinking about you. I'm home alone again. I'm lying in the tub. Would love to be there with you. Come over then. My husband isn't back until the morning. There's enough room for you in my tub." Is this Victoria's tub that she ran, remember? With candles that burned out? "I wish I could, my darling, but there's no one to man the bar tonight. I'll let you know if it gets quieter. I'd love to see some pics of you in the tub." This is 3689. Okay, so here's a person who's works. 3689 is a phone number of someone who works at the bar. They're there from 9 p.m. all the way to 10:30. They never leave. And they're talking to someone. We don't know who. Okay, this person who's calling them is taunting them with pictures of her in her tub. Is this the, we got told about a little bit of flour, so this could be the wife of Victoria. I'm not sure. Let's see what the bartender says. "I would so love to be there, but your husband was here making a scene just now, and someone has short-circuited the place. I can't wait until we finally spend some time together without being disturbed. I know our love is sinful. I can't quit loving you. Take good care of yourself tonight. Call me if your husband is acting out at home. I'll look after you no matter what. Don't worry, my husband hasn't shown me he cares for me for more than 3 months now. Looking forward to our time together." Okay, so bartender and wife of someone who's making a scene. So I think we were right. I think this is going to be Victoria, Marco's wife. So I think they're talking about Marco. This is going to then be Victoria's phone number if we're right. So maybe let's write down Victoria phone, maybe 646. Sorry, not 646. She's 201 6694. And then the bartender is 646 3689, and he's having an affair with Victoria. Does anyone disagree that this is the affair being had with Victoria? Okay, let's see about this next phone number. Okay, so what else have we learned? This number at top is the caller. Okay, so the caller, 917-2919, he's got a picture of a cat, says, Dad, leave me alone. If I lose my job because of you, I'll never speak to you again. You can't just grab me and drag me home. I'm an adult. Sweetheart, come out so we can talk. I'll get the door staff on you in a minute. Okay, I'll go. Please come home on Sunday after Mass and we'll talk. Sweetheart, I'm leaving you alone now. Please answer. Please, sweetheart, I'm worried about you. Okay, so the caller I'll lose my job. You can't just grab me and drag me home. So this 2919, this person is at the bar. This person is at the bar. So is this person. They're both at the bar. She's locked herself in. Come home on Sunday after Mass, we'll talk. 9017. He's there. Still there at 10. But then he says, I'll go. All right, well, he's obviously busy. He's not the informant who called in. Is that our church guy chasing his daughter down at this strip club? 6462551, Father Tommaso, no. But Roberto Caruso. So this is Roberto Caruso talking to his daughter. Nine one seven 2919. So 917-2919, she stays at the strip club the whole time. Okay. Then the last phone records are here. Why doesn't it want to zoom in? Okay, change of plans, same place, I'll do the drop myself. My brother's out, so we need to meet earlier. Make sure you're there at 10:30. I'm on my way over. Okay, well, here we go. Okay, in the future, you stick to the agreement or this will be our last deal. Understand? Okay, so here is for sure where the change of plan happened. So someone has got a call. 908-2056. 908-2056. 2056. Okay, so that person is at the bar at 9:30, but missing at 10. Change of plan. I'll do the drop myself. My brother's out, so we need to meet earlier. 10:30. So 9:08, 2056. Brother is out. Meet earlier. Okay, so that's the person who's making a change of plan. So that's either going to be Marco, the brother who died, or the elder brother who's stepping in for him. But we think it's probably the younger brother, right? Luca's number is 5991949. So this is going to be Marco, the younger brother. So we've now got Marco's phone number, I think, who got caught up in the raid. Now, who's he talking to? In the future, stick to the agreement or this will be our last deal. Okay, so 908 4850. This is the deal with Marco. So this guy's being told that the time of the meetup has been changed. So someone was to meet with Marco, and that person is probably not at the club, correct? That person's number is not here. So I think what we've got is someone at the bar overheard Marco changing the time and then called the police and said, hey, it's been moved up. Not this person, someone else. Maybe this woman, maybe the bartender, maybe someone else. Okay. But we don't know who. All right. Now we're back, though, at square one for our warehouse. If we think that we should be doing that now, we could just pick another location to go to. But surely we think that we need to be able to answer that puzzle. All right. Debbie says the bad clue. Marcos is in the casino website. They said that Luca's phone is not reachable. I don't know really what that means or how to make use of that, so that's fine. All right, let's go back to our puzzle. And let's do something that we usually don't do, which is we're going to get hints if we need to. But Delia, who figured out where we should go, said to go back. All right, let's try turning on satellite view, maybe? Okay, so there are the snipers over here. They've stopped the shuttle so they have a good view. So you might imagine anywhere really nearby. Let's assume that the snipers are going to be nearby. So all of these places look like warehouses, but they're not. We've got this official warehouse, which we already tried to put in the address of. General Waste. So what if it's just right across the street? Does this have a street address? Liberty Warehouse, sort of. We tried that already, but that doesn't seem to be where it's giving me. No. Why won't it give me an address of this place? Oh boy. It doesn't want to let me click on this. Okay. General Waste doesn't want to give me addresses for any of these other places. Okay. Did we misunderstand them being on the northern tip? They went to the northernmost point of the peninsula. Snipers report being beyond the Erie Basin auto pound. That's already a confusing thing to say. Beyond the Erie Basin auto pound. What on earth does that mean? But this, we think, is the Erie Basin auto pound. I believe we searched for and found this, although Google Maps is not making that very easy for us. Does that look like an auto pound? Sort of. So the northern part of the peninsula, I'm reading that to be here. Which would make us right across the street from here, or the general waste, or this Amazon place, but Google doesn't want to give us a street address for that. What? Why won't it let me click on this effing map? This is ridiculous. This is why you don't make a game that depends on Google Maps. Now will it let me click on the street address? I don't want to do this. Okay, let's go back to satellite view. Debbie says it helps if you get rid of Delia says it helps if you get rid of the search for warehouses. Well, that's fine. I don't know how to do that. This is evilness. Doing this stuff on a mobile device is evilness. So I guess I cancel this. Okay. All right, there's the Erie Basin. The northern part of the peninsula, I guess they mean this. I guess the shuttle is blocking their way. If I had to make my 20th guess about what warehouse, I guess maybe they're talking about this place here. 499 Van Brunt, right across the way. What do you think about that? Is that what the game wants us to guess? That it's just right across the way? Rob says, it takes 8 minutes for Jesse to calm down, but it takes a lot less to undo that again. That's right. I go right back to 100 in seconds. All right, Delia says try it. So I guess we're guessing now that it's just right across the street from them. I mean, yes, that makes some sense that they'd have to be right nearby, but okay. So it's not a warehouse. It's just a building. And God knows why that's got an address. But okay, 490. It's actually near 499 Van Brunt. Let's just see if we click around a little bit more. 499. 499. This whole thing seems to be 499. All right, whatever. Doesn't matter. Let's go to put in our answer again. Reload. Reselect. $4.99 Van Brunt Street. Miracle. Correct. Now draw location by cards. Boy, that was annoying. All right, I'll let the rest of the chat complain so I do not have to. I mean, the real problem there was the whole idea to use the internet and to make it so unclear about what was format it had to be in to be accepted. And then you could just say they're right across the peninsula, 100 feet away. Who knows? There's lots of ways you could have fixed that, but there's no reason for it to have been so fragile. However, it doesn't matter. We're fine. I'm bringing out our new location. Here it is. The warehouse in Red Hook, Brooklyn. But as Rob points out, boy, this game is not going to age well as that area develops. Okay, so we're just going to put that randomly on the board. We can put this away. We're done with this park. Boy, we haven't been to a new location in a long time, but we've got a bunch of new places to go now. We've got the cathedral. We've got the warehouse, the Boogie Bungalow Strip Club, the restaurant, and the Goldfish Casino. All right. Where would we like to go? I guess we want to go to the warehouse, since it's been so hard for us to find that information. Same thing, the cards are all the same except for the top card. But the game does tell us to stare at these cards for clues. So maybe we should look at all of them before we start. All right, I don't see anything here. That's where the meetup was, where our guy got caught up and killed, I guess. The cathedral we already looked at. There's the strip club and the phone booth. Something's written on here, but not clear what. Looks like we've got a camera here. So I wonder if that camera could catch someone getting to the phone booth. So that's awfully interesting. There's the restaurant. We didn't see anything important there. Here's the casino that the elder brother's been working at. What do you see here? There's something in this picture. D says, that was unpleasant, but the game as a whole is still promising so far. I guess I would agree with you. I mean, it's clearly not a short game. It's a deep, involved game. So for that much, I'm willing to cut it some slack. Debbie says that's Father Tommaso. That's exactly right. So Father Tommaso is at the casino. Delia says, can we check the text envelope again? Wasn't the restaurant photo as a profile pic? That's interesting. You're saying if we look at the text messages, what do we see? Well, Victoria has her feet as her photo, it looks like. That's just her candle and her feet. This person has a cat. And this person has a what? A dog. Okay, so that's all we've got there. Now, what do we know about these locations? Let's step back for a second. The cathedral is where we found some information at Marco's house about Father Tommaso and the cathedral. The warehouse is where this meeting was. The casino is what the brother runs. The strip club is where the brother hangs out and where the anonymous call comes in, is made from. And the restaurant, the reason we got feed into the restaurant is because our dead son had a menu from the restaurant which looked like it was a way to set up a meeting. And we think the meeting, we're a little confused about this part here because it says it's Luca Russo, Giovanni Di Stefano, but then paid by Marco Russo. So we don't really understand that. But it seems like they're using this restaurant to coordinate these meetings. All right. So, and then the man outside the strip club is a priest, says Marco. Well, I'm not sure I'm not 100% sure on that. I do see what you're saying, though. Is it Father Tommaso again? Does look like a priest with a long robe. I have to agree with you. I wonder if that's because that's where he's going to get his daughter, but it doesn't match his phone number. We have his partial phone number, 646-2251, and that doesn't match the father coming for the daughter. So, but yes, that's potential. All right, well, why don't we start out, since we have no better reason to go, I think we should start out, we should go to the warehouse. Let's flip this card over. The details in the police report have led you to this abandoned warehouse in South Brooklyn. 2 bored NYPD officers are hanging around in front of the gates, which are wide open. It's obvious the NYPD hasn't sent their best men to guard the crime scene. One of them looks like it's the first time he's left the office chair in 40 years. You hide around the corner of the row of warehouses and eavesdrop on the guards talking. The younger one states, "Shame that only one of them got what was coming to them. I imagine the other one probably pulled through. Unfortunately, they're really good at Fort Greene." It's going to be a hospital. "My sister went there once to get her hip done." "Bob, keep it down, won't you? You have no idea if anyone can hear us talking." The older officer whispers angrily. "You'll have to distract the cops if you want to get into the warehouse." Okay. So I don't think there's any real relevance in searching for Fort Greene. It's obviously a hospital. So there was a shootout here, and the son got killed, Marco Russo. Now the game wants us to take card 49. So 49 is probably not going to be a person. It's going to be a choice of how to distract them, don't you think? 49. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so 49 is actually one of our other locations. So unlike, and 2 stars. So most of the time we've looked at the the top card of a location, and it's made us pick one of the others. This one is not. This one just says, okay, now move on to 49. There are a couple of kids playing around the docks, and it gives you an idea. You go over to them and promise to give them $200 if they can throw some stones to break the large window of the warehouse. You tell them to do it in 5 minutes. Your $200 is plenty to persuade the kids, so you sneak around the other side and wait. When you hear the glass shatter and guards swear and start running toward the noise, you slip under the police tape and into the warehouse. You see some old boxes in one corner of this otherwise completely empty space, and there's a taped outline of a body on the floor, next to a large pool of blood. A business card is nearby. Frantically, you try to work out what must have happened. You scribble down a couple of notes and take a photo of the crime scene, then make sure you're gone before the police get back. If you can rely on what the police said, someone survived the events of yesterday, unlike Marco. But where did they take him? All right. So we know where they took him. They took him to Fort Greene. But let's see, what does it want from us? And now we got envelope 7. Envelope 7. Okay, so this is the scene of the crime that we sketched out. All right. So that's the body of Marco Russo. Looks like he was shot from here. One hit him in the head. And then what have we got? Someone else. This is the other injured person. 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let's zoom in on this if we have to. So they're in the warehouse. It's mostly empty. I see tire tracks that have got blood on them. So clearly the car is going this way. Looks like they hit someone, maybe. Okay, there's a business card right next to the body. Empty cartridge cases. So was our dead guy shooting at someone? If so, they've walked away with his gun, or I guess the cops could have taken away the gun. Not sure why they would leave the cases and not the gun, but okay, 50 Action Express. We've got some bullet holes here. What is that? 5 M24A2. I'm not sure why it says 5. It looks like we've got 2 bullet holes. And then we've got a whole bunch of empty cartridges here. 22 caliber ICB. I'm not sure what ICB, but 10 of them. More bullet holes in the ground, again from an M24. And then there's an actual gun left on the ground, a Beretta. This is kind of fun. You could find out what kind of does this Beretta use these cartridges. Cops clearly didn't take this gun away and leave this one, so that means there was a gun missing here if this guy was shooting. Empty cartridges would suggest that he was. This person got hit by the car, maybe. What are we looking at here? Can we make anything more out? What is that? Looks like maybe handkerchief or... The chat says something interesting. An M24A2 is a sniper rifle. I guess that was the cops shooting. I see. That makes some sense, doesn't it? That you've got bullet holes which are sniper rifles. And bullet holes in the ground. Okay. So maybe police sniper shots killed these people. This guy had a gun and some empty 22 caliber bullets that go with this gun. But oddly, this guy's got 50 caliber Action Express cartridges. That's clearly not from the police snipers, but his gun is missing. 22 caliber is a very small caliber bullet that you could use in a handgun or a rifle. But look, it's clearly going to be from this Beretta. These are going to be 22 caliber cartridges from this Beretta. Probably holds 10 bullets in this gun, but we could search it up. Let's, just for the fun of it, I don't know how to start a new tab in that browser. Let's search for this gun. Beretta. Range Beretta U-22 pistol. That looks like what we're dealing with here. Rimfire cartridge. Okay, different. That doesn't shoot from when it's hit in the center, but around the rim, I believe. Okay. Look at this weird gun. Quite a departure from modern pistols. What we're really interested here is how many bullets it's got in its little cartridge here. 10 rounds. There you go. My biggest gripe is it only holds 10 rounds. That's the magazine. Okay. That's the only thing that's important to it. It's a 22 caliber magazine, holds 10 bullets. So there are all 10. So this gun fired all 10 bullets, probably at the car or at someone. Not at this guy, though. This guy was killed by the sniper shots. So we don't know who this person was shooting at. It's possibly he was shooting across the river at the snipers, but emptied his gun, and then looks like was hit by this car to me. You can see the car went through the blood, but this could also just be the police car afterwards, not doing a good job, but probably a car sped off. All right. Business card. We'd like to get our hands on that. All right, now back to this. I do like these large pieces of evidence. Now it seems like we're being asked to figure out where they took the person who survived, but first we get to take card 50. Here's the business card. The Golden Rooster, the best place to have some fun. In the mood for some quality time? Make your discreet reservation at www.goldenroostermotel.com. Okay, another place we can go, another internet place. Now, where have we heard about the Golden Rooster before? It wasn't here. Was it Persephone? Spend a few hours with you in the Golden Rooster. So And this was in Marco's desk. So is Marco having an affair with Persephone? And that's why this card got dropped by him. All right, so we could go check out the Golden Rooster. But also the game wants us to solve this little puzzle, it seems, of where they took the guy that survived, which we know they took to Fort Greene. So let's now go to our most favorite place, Google Maps. Fort Greene Hospital, Brooklyn. Let's see what we get. Fort Greene Health Center. I don't want directions. I just want you to give it to me. Why are you making me? Okay, give me directions. Oh boy. Okay, just show me where it is, guys. Oh. I know, I recognize that someone who's got some more experience using these mobile tablets and apps probably would not have as much of a painful experience as I do, but okay, well, here's what Google Maps has given me. I don't understand why it can't just show me where it is. I guess this is it here. Okay, go away. Okay, here's Fort Greene Health Center. All right, well, it's pretty cool. We can see a map of it. Now, I guess if we click on it, we're getting a street address. Yes, 295 Flatbush Avenue. Okay. Let's go and see if that's what it wants. Let's see. What did we have? Enter code. Yes, that's what we want. Okay. Which card do we want to enter code for? That's card 49, the warehouse. Okay. Where was the person who survived the weapons transfer taken? If it's a location, give it the location. Oh, now it seems like it doesn't want a street address. Now it sounds like it just wants us to type in Fort Greene Health Center. So let's try that. Fort Greene with an extra E, but no extra E here. Fort Greene Health Center. Okay, what's the chance that it's gonna like this? Maybe 50%? Oh, guys, come on now. Reload, reselect, reread. Where were they taken? If it's several words, put a space, start each word with a capital, and now it doesn't seem to want an address. Okay, let's see how you spell this. Fort Greene Health Center. Fort Greene Health Center. All right, make sure let's make you watch me and see if I put it in right. Fort. No extra E, but extra E here. Health Center. Okay, I'm not going to hit enter yet. Let's see. Fort Greene with an extra E after Green, Health Center in Brooklyn at 295 Flatbush Avenue. All right, let's read the instructions. It can't just want Fort Greene because the example says shopping center, health center, and you wouldn't need to use the internet if it didn't want this full thing. Let's try this again. Of course not. That's so stupid. All right, we'll do this again. Rob says try just Fort Greene. In other words, put in what is on this card without doing any searching. Okay, let's try that. No. Okay. Maybe they didn't go to the Fort Greene Health Center. They went to Fort Greene. All right. Debbie has done her normal thing. Brooklyn Hospital Center. Another hospital in Fort Greene while Googling. Okay, so yes, it might not be the Fort Greene Health Center. If we go back to our search, we searched for Fort Greene Hospital, Brooklyn. We got a whole bunch of places. And the health center doesn't sound like where you would take bullets. It does sound like where you might need extensive care. So if we go to the Brooklyn Hospital Center, it's in this same complex. It is a hospital. But let me just point out, there's the Brooklyn Hospital. All right, you have to go away now. There's the Brooklyn Hospital Center here. Brooklyn Hospital Center. Brooklyn Hospital. So I guess we're going to try the Brooklyn Hospital Center. Now, you should know that this is in Fort Greene because here's Fort Greene Park nearby. All right, well, we're going to try some variations of Brooklyn Hospital Center or Brooklyn Hospital. So let's go back here. Let's just try some. I'm just going to see what it thinks about Brooklyn Hospital. If you told them it was in Brooklyn Hospital, how friendly is the answer checking? It's happy with Brooklyn Hospital. Okay. All right. Draw location J. Now, one thing that's a little disturbing is that they've got 5 of these games already made. I'd feel a little more comfortable if they made one and then they got a little bit of feedback about this and then made the other 4. I'm not too thrilled with the idea that all of the other games are going to have the same issues. Okay, well, we've got our new location, the hospital, which is his room looks like it's being guarded by NYPD. So let's just put that out. All right, well, this card is done. That's good. I assume I gave us these 2 stars, but I'm not 100% sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 looks right. Okay. All right, well, we got that code, which was necessary to give us this location. All right, it's not really adding much for me. This internet part is not adding any enjoyment to me, but it is prolonging the game. And we do have a new location. I'm more interested in Persephone here, so let's do this next. Get this internet out of the way, and then maybe we'll take a little bit of a break. So let's see. I did like being able to search for the gun information, though. Okay, let's try to go to this Golden Rooster. I am impressed by the number of websites they have registered for this game. I wonder how many years they are going to support this game and pay for this domain registration, though. I have my doubts. An exclusive hourly hotel. Private soundproof suites. Open 24/7. Bar service. Want to feel like a king for a night? No problem. Registration at the Golden Rooster takes only a few minutes, will be processed immediately by our staff 24/7. Secure the night of your dreams with just a few clicks. Completely private, we promise. What does that say in there? Internet famous. Integrated dining elevators in each of our luxury rooms. You can enjoy our room service without ever seeing any of our staff. If you wish, check-in and check-out can be done anonymously. Simply leave the hotel when you please without the hassle of checking out at the front desk. Book now. Book a night or even just a few romantic hours at the Golden Rooster Hourly Hotel. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're completely booked. As soon as rooms become available, we will inform you on this website. If you've already booked a date with us, you can view your booking details, entering your booking information on the right. In the booking portal, you can also change your contact and payment information. If you know someone's name and the date of their booking, you can get their details? Okay. Well, now, here's the question. I can't wait to spend a few hours with you. Should I book some time for us again? I know that I cannot use your real name. I will book it under my special name for us. This is a little bit, okay. So, do we think that the date of his booking was March 8th, 2021? If we want to look up his booking, I think that makes sense. March 8th or the 7th. But then the name you used for the booking, this seems to be saying he wouldn't use his real name. But she's going to book it under my special name for us. I mean, we've got these Hades and Persephone, but how does that map up to my name for us? Marco and Debbie are both guessing that it's Persephone and that this is just awkwardly worded. I guess I'd be inclined to try it. Doesn't look like there's any real punishment here. Or Hades and Persephone, something like that. Yeah, I think I'd be inclined to agree. Do we think it's going to be March 8th or March 7th? Logically, it wants date for day first. This is again one of these, wasn't done in, it's using the European style of date. So I'm going to put in the 7th, 03, 2021. It's hidden, so we can't see it. So we're basically going to have to just try a whole bunch of different combinatorics of this. Persephone. Is that how you spell Persephone? Their meeting was on Friday. Well, Delia says their meeting was on Friday. She's saying I'm free on Friday. This is one of these frustrating things. Should we be looking for the following Friday after this and find that thing? Or should we be looking for the previous day? Which no reason to assume has to be a Friday. Delia says their meeting was on a Friday. That's not quite right, is it? What you mean is that this note is proposing they meet on a future Friday. This is all completely fine, interesting little deduction, except when you have to try 20 different things to try to stumble on the right one. Like, am I now going to have to try March 7th, March 8th, March 12th? And for each of those, I now have to try Persephone, Hades and Persephone. That's just annoying. But, okay. So let's try. It's a good guess that it's the following March 12th. Debbie says the meeting would be after the letter, surely. Well, you think that this letter was not written after a trip in the Golden Rooster? So she's proposing that they by the time this letter was written, they had never stayed in the Golden Rooster. Okay. That's a reasonable thing. Okay, so you think it's March 12th. And that they've never yet been in the Golden Rooster. It's not that they met once and now they're going to meet again. You're thinking they've never met. Okay, so let's try it this way. I'm going to delete this date, and we're going to say the 12th of March, 2021. Why we can't see that, I don't know. Let's view booking details. What happened? Okay, booking is not registered for us. Okay, so maybe it wasn't Persephone, but now I have to do this again. 1203 for March 21st. Sorry, for the 12th of March. Let's try that again. 1203 for the 12th of March, 2021. Hidden from us to make it harder for us to make sure we're doing this right. Name you use for the booking. And now we tried Persephone, assuming I spelled that right. You need a dot between the numbers. Oh boy, this is making me angry. It should not be programmed to make a difference. But okay, 12.03.2021. Now, she says, I'll use the name I use for us. That should not be Persephone. The name she uses for us isn't one name. So what is it going to be? Hades and Persephone? Hades, A-N-D, Persephone? And Marcos says, I still think it's Persephonis. And Debbie says, try Persephone. Okay, first of all, does someone want to decide which spelling they think is right? Okay. We're going to take a break after we get this puzzle and not before. So the channel says, ignore the text and just write Persephone, spelled this way. The only thing we've changed now is we've put a period between the 12/3/2021. Okay, so that was it. I'm developing a real distaste for this game's internet use. Okay, but here we are. We got in. At least it didn't take us too hard to do it. Profile details, Georgina Lombardo. Okay, so she has filled out. Let me just write down what we used to get in. All right, well, good work as a group guessing what the most likely answer is, not taking the text literally. Disaster averted is right. Okay, so what we have here is Georgina Lombardo. We've got her phone number, her date of birth, April 7, 1999. And we've got her partial phone number, 201-2161. Paid for by Marco Russo, so he was having an affair with her. Previous booking, so look, they did stay on March 8th. So this wasn't the first time that they were at the Golden Rooster. So presumably if we would put in March 8th, we would have gotten this as well. And now we've got a card for our girl, and she is a looker. All right, card 67. Let's see who we've got here. So who is Persephone? It's Georgina Lombardo. Up she goes on our persons of interest board. Okay. Back to the website. Let's see how much it costs. King size suite overnight for 2 people, $295. That's pretty affordable. They got some room service, champagne, late checkout, chocolate strawberries. Cheeky seduction times 8. I'm not sure what that means. Okay. And then we've got the little rooster here. I think this is probably just generic information about their website, but do we need to write anything down here? I would not like to have to come back to this website. I'll just take a photograph. So they stayed there on the 8th and then again on the 12th. No, they booked it on the 8th. Sorry, they booked it on the 8th. They stayed on the 12th. That's fine. Okay, and he paid. And as has been pointed out, we now have a new phone number. If we look at the text messages, 2161 is not the phone number of the girl at the bar. But was 2161 used at the bar? Yes. 2161 was there all night at the strip club. So our girl, Georgina, would have been in a good position if she was there with Marco to overhear him change the times. So she could be an undercover informant. I wonder if she's an undercover informant for the police. That still wouldn't explain what went. Well, what if? We don't know whether the police sharpshooters killed him because they were paid to assassinate him or just because things went wrong. So whether we consider her to blame, let's say she told the cops about Marco's drug deal or whatever, then in the eyes of the mafia, she could be to blame. But it sounds like something else happened. Okay, let's take a break. We'll come back. We've been playing for 4 hours. We may have to make a decision soon. It seems like there's still a lot more game to go. We'll have to decide if we want to break this up or keep going. I'm okay going for another hour and making another decision then. But we'll take a break here. We'll come back and we'll decide. All right, so in the chat, there's some discussion about, Debbie says, did the police kill him or was it someone else at the scene? And then I said, from the bullets at the crime scene, it looked like it was the police snipers. We've got bullet holes here and here, which are M24A2, which are told are sniper rifles. And we know the police snipers set up to watch the warehouse. Debbie says, maybe, but there were several types of casings found alongside the sniper bullets. Also, from a meta perspective, it seems unlikely we're being asked to swear vengeance against a police SWAT team. I think there's an interesting point there. I mean, look, here are the bullet holes, which are like at head height, that are clearly bloody bullet holes. So it seems very clear to me that Marco, well, we don't know that this is Marco's body, but one guy survived and is at the hospital, and we know Marco died. So probably this is Marco's body, which would suggest to me that he's killed by these sniper rounds, these M24A2s. But two things we should consider. One is the possibility that the police, well, let me back up, let me say it differently. It would be unusual for police snipers to be killing people at a meetup. Like, the police should rush in, maybe there's a gunfight, but you wouldn't expect to have to use the snipers to kill people. On the other hand, if there was a fight, a shootout between the mobsters and the police, then the snipers could be authorized to kill the bad guys. So, but it's also possible that this was a setup and that the police snipers never fired, but bad guy snipers fired. So we really need to see a police report. Rob also reminds us that Marco's business card was found here. We need to see a police report telling us what happened. Then we might find out, is it that a different sniper fired and killed Marco? Is it that police snipers fired but maybe for not a good reason, and maybe the police were in on this hit? Or was it just that someone set him up to be caught by the cops, and in the ensuing gunfight he got killed? And that maybe he got killed because he was in a shootout with the cops, and that as mafia people, all we care about is who got the cops on him. All right, I think it's going to turn out that this game is going to be too long for us to play in one session. Although I am open to doing a 10-hour, 12-hour marathon today if the channel really wants to. But we should definitely play a little bit longer because I don't think we're at the halfway point. We should get to at least the halfway point, and then I'll leave it up to the channel. There are 20 viewers currently. We'll have a little vote. If you guys want to try and have a Saturday marathon and play it until the sun goes down, I'm up for it. If you want to break it into a second session tomorrow, if you want to take a break and then resume at night, whatever you want. Debbie says maybe the police and someone else fired at him, and it looks like he fired some bullets. Yes, except, I mean, look. Look at the height of these gunshot wounds. I mean, these are shots that would kill. These are going to be shots that would kill you. Two sniper shots hit him while he was standing. That feels like that would be enough to kill you. Debbie says, I'd rather break. I need sleep tonight. Okay, well, we got to keep playing for a little bit till we get to the halfway point. We still got a big chunk of cards that are new locations we haven't brought out yet. And we've got some big locations we haven't been to. We have only made it through small chunk of cards, and we still have a lot of envelopes to go. So this does look like it's a long game. All right. I'd like to get to know Georgina a little bit better. Where do we want to go next? I'm inclined to want to see if the guy... Let's think about it this way. I want to talk to the surviving witness who was there, who got shot before he gets killed. And it feels like the police think someone might be trying to kill him. They've set up guards. So I'm inclined to go to the hospital. Marco says apparently the shots are not in the head, but in the chest. I'm not sure how we would know that. I'm not saying that's wrong. I just don't know how we would know that. So let's go to the hospital. I'm not sure how we're going to be able to get in there, though. Do we know who this other person is? We don't, right? But we do know something about them. We believe that this is the conversation that changed the meetup. We believe this is Marco saying, change of plan, I'll do the drop myself. Make sure you're there at 10:30. I'm on my way over. And this person with the dog picture says, okay, in the future, though, you stick to the agreement or this will be our last deal. So I wonder if we're not looking at this meeting. Is this a meeting that Marco set up that was going to be between Giovanni Di Stefano and Luca Russo? But Luca couldn't make it, so Marco has to go himself? There's no blood in the head of the floor silhouette. That's how Marco is deciding that he wasn't shot in the head. Okay. Let's try go. Debbie says, before we go in, is there any text on the character cards? There's no text on the character cards, no. All of the character cards have this back and just a front. That's a dangerous looking woman. All right. Let's see if we can get into the hospital. I have my doubts. It's not your first time sneaking into a hospital to visit someone. Maybe that means to hit someone who's in the hospital. At the back entrance, you take care of a nurse who is dropping some doctor's coats at the cleaners. Now that you're dressed appropriately, all the hospital doors open easily for you. As if pushed by some kind of invisible hand, you spot two police officers on the intensive care floor. Bingo. With a self-assured manner, you walk through the door to the ICU, but one of the cops stops you. Sorry, only one doctor at a time. Orders from above. And we get a star. All right, now it's got a weird rule here. If you have two or more players, one player can draw and read card 52. If you're playing solo, draw and read card 52. Okay, we've seen this mechanic before where in Suspects, it's had one of us get a card and look at it and not show it to the others. So I'm going to take card 52 and I'll decide whether... Oh, I don't know why I keep doing this. It's going to be one of these cards. Okay. So there's already a doctor in seeing him, clearly. All right, I'm going to look at card 52 in private. All right, well, we're going to look at this card together, but you get to see what it says. Okay, it says if you're playing alone, it's easy to keep a low profile. Just get a star. All right, so we're just going to get our star. But then it says, here's the weird rule. If you're playing with 2 or more players, you may only convey the contents of this card to other players in pantomime through the window of the hospital room. If you succeed, decide together and receive 1 star. I don't know what that means. If you don't succeed, you'll have to make a decision on your own. You keep your head low and nod at the doctor leaving the unit to make sure he can't see who you are. As soon as he's left the ward, you head through the door. Only one of the rooms has a patient in it, and you're shocked to see who it is. It's Salvatore Messina, the head of another mafia family. His left shoulder is bandaged. We can try talking to him or we can threaten him. Now, can someone explain this to me? Let's say we were playing multiple players. One person's reading this, the other person doesn't see this card. It says you can only convey the contents of this card to the other players in pantomime. So you would try to convey to the other players what you're seeing, that the guy is in the hospital bed is Salvatore Messina. I don't know how you convey that, but whatever. But then it says, if you succeed, decide together. Okay, I guess if you if they guess, if you pantomime it and they guess that, hey, it's Salvatore Messina, then you can discuss and decide what to do. If you can't convey that it's Salvatore Messina, then you have to decide. All right. So where did we hear about the 2 families meeting up? Was it in the email? That's not it. Where did we find out about this deal with Messina? We knew that already. Maybe one of our cards. Looks like one of our cards or evidence was telling us about the deal. Okay, but so now Salvatore Messina is probably this person that they're talking, that Marco is talking to. Let me make a card to that effect. Maybe. 908 4850. That's that. Okay, so, but Marco is meeting up with Salvatore Messina, the head of another mafia family. Rob thinks that I've misunderstood the card, and it means that we had to pantomime the choice. That seems possible, but I don't know. I think that's badly explained. But okay, so those are our two choices. We can try to threaten him, or we can talk to him. Now, let me ask you this. I think we're going to make this decision without going anyplace else. But those of you playing along, do you think the rules intend for us to have to make this decision now? Or could we, if we wanted to, investigate other things, like to learn more about Salvatore before we make this decision? I mean, ideally, I don't know how we make this decision. The casino business is between Luca Russo and the Messinas, if I remember correctly, says Marco. We were told that, let me see what I wrote down. The second in command was Giovanni Di Stefano. So I don't know if it was a Messina person. It was Giovanni Di Stefano, though, but maybe they're a member of the Messina family. I don't know. I mean, logically, if this was me, I would talk to him first and threaten him second. I wouldn't start out threatening someone. I don't know anything about them. So let's try talking to him without threatening him. For all we know, he's not the kind that takes threats well. So let's just go to 53. Let's not threaten him. Let's see what happens. From now on, you can share what is written on this card and card 52 with other players. You gently shake Salvatore's arm and his eyes open. Confused, he blinks a couple of times before he appears to recognize you. He immediately asks you, "Did Marco pull through?" You shake your head. He continues, "I swear, I don't know how the cops caught wind of it. You must have a rat among you. I'm the only one who knew about it in my family. I had a bad feeling about it yesterday. I didn't know that Marco would show up in person until just before the drop. Here," he whispers, handing you his cell phone. "Shit, man, I can't even tell you what went on. The last thing I remember is Marco and me in the warehouse. I was about to unpack the goods when the cops came charging in. Marco didn't waste time and fired instantly. Then everything went black. You see one of the police officers peering through the window to see what's taking you so long. You decide you better head off, taking Salvatore's cell phone with you. You get 1 star. Okay, so I'm glad we didn't threaten him because he seems like he's not involved in any of this badness. It wants us to throw away card 54 and 55. Was 55 a hospital card that I never got out that I should have? Huh. 55 is a different card. I'll just show you what it says. So because of our choice, it's telling me to throw that card out, even though I never drew it. Weird. Okay. 54 was a hospital card. So this one we never get. Okay. We don't know why. Maybe we don't need it. We take his cell phone, which might be represented by this envelope here. All right, and we gave ourselves the star. I need to find a better way to make sure I remember when I give us stars or not. But I guess we're keeping these cards. We can track them down. All right, but this answers one of our questions. You're in a hospital, don't start threatening. That's a very good point. That, like, if he had started screaming for help, we would have been in trouble. Okay, I wish you had said that. We made the right decision, but I think you're right. In public, in a hospital, bad with cops nearby, don't be threatening people. Okay, now, draw card 68. Almost missed that. Okay, this is going to be Salvatore. Salvatore Messina. Okay, shot in the shoulder. Got a watch. Nothing jumps out at me as odd about him. I don't suspect him of anything, but I do think there's an interesting thing here. It answered one of our questions. The cops come to raid him, and Marco pulls out his gun, starts firing. Then the snipers got him. I don't know where Marco's gun is, though. Look, here's another mention of Marco didn't waste time and fired instantly. So on the scene, we've got what looks like Salvatore's Beretta, Marco's empty cartridges from a 50 Action Express, but Marco's gun is gone. However, from Salvatore's description, the police snipers had good reason to shoot him. So his actual death might be all legal and legit. And we're just looking for who set him up to the cops. All right, let's take a look. We're leaving the hospital, but now we're checking out his cell phone. Here's Salvatore's cell phone. What are we going to find here? All right, so it looks like now we're looking at the other side of that phone call. Was our guess about phone numbers, who is calling who, correct? Yeah. 908. Yes, 2056 is Marco. And we said that Salvatore is this one. Okay. I'm going to throw this card out. So 2056. So here's Marco. We now know his avatar here. And this is the conversation he had with Salvatore. This is definitely Salvatore. Marco says, meeting arranged. My brother will meet you in Red Hook. This is earlier. This was the original arrangement, was the brother was going to meet at the warehouse. He'll come alone, no games, or this will be our first and last collaboration. Salvatore says, all right, I'll come alone, keep all details secret. The deal's off if anything gets out. Here's the message he sent from the strip club. Change of plans. I'll do the drop. My brother is out. This is the message we saw at the strip club from Salvatore. Marco says, won't happen again. I'm already here. Go into the warehouse. Okay, so he follows up when he gets to the warehouse. And then, shit, man, where are you? Call me from a payphone if you're okay. They're holding me here at the hospital. Okay, so he tries calling Marco at 6 a.m. when he wakes up in the hospital. Phone doesn't answer because the police have it, presumably. So that's that. Okay, so this doesn't give us any new information, but last minute change of plans. The brother was going to meet up, but now Marco meets up. So the brother is looking pretty suspicious. Like, what happened? Why did the brother not go through with this meeting as planned? And who overheard and told the police? We think it might be Giorgino Lombardo. I think that's right. We know Vittoria's home. And we know Georgina was dating Marco, sort of, so she could have been right near him when he made the phone call saying he's going to be there. But she seems to like him, so would she really set him up? But that phone number is one of the phone numbers that was there at the club. Okay. So we're making progress here. That's the hospital. Let's check in with the chat. I think the star hasn't been put yet. Did I forget to put a star? All right, I'll give us. I'll put a star with a different color to make sure we double check it. Maybe I could double check it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10. According to this, I did already put it. So unless there's another star, I don't think we have this one. I think. So far, the game hasn't had us throw away any cards that we've read. So I believe we can reconstruct them all from here. Debbie says, let's see. Did Marco fire at the cops or at Salvatore because he thought it was a setup? Is she just pretending to like him? Could she be an undercover informant like you say? I don't know, but let's see if we can find out. If we want to know who made the phone call, there does seem to be a camera pointing at this phone. So let's go to the strip club. Here we go. As you go into the strip club, you're hit by the smell of sweat and stale drinks. It's been a while since you last dropped by the Boogie Bungalow, but you know it has a reputation as a New York Mafia hangout. It's a bit of a dive. The stools are still stacked on the unmanned bar, and a janitor wearing headphones is washing the floor. You can see an unenthusiastic dancer twisting around the pole as she stares at the clock on the wall, waiting for the final few minutes of her shift to tick down. She looks familiar. Going to the back of the club, you find the manager's office. The door is ajar and you can hear Tony talking. From what you can hear, you realize that he's on his way out. So you get 1 star. Don't know why we get a star. We're getting stars even when we don't do anything. Talk to the dancer or talk to Tony. And then it says we get card 65. Now, are we meant to get this card before we make the decision or after? I don't know. I'm just going to give it to us now. Antonio Tony Giordano. Yikes, he looks like a tough guy. Julia said, I have to go to bed. Good luck, everyone. All right, so the dancer looks familiar. And we think it might be Georgina, right? So she's our primary person of interest, but it definitely looks like this is the most, well, we've seen this mechanic several times in this game where it's a little bit of a choose your own adventure. You're going to get A or B. Most of the choices here seem to be telling us we can have 1 or 2 ways to get information. So we can either get information from Tony or from Georgina. So what's it going to be? He's the manager. So if we wanted to look at that security footage, I think we'd want to talk to Tony. But if we think Georgina is the stripper here, we'd want to talk to her, but I'm not sure I believe her. I'm not sure I believe what she says. I'd be more interested in seeing the security footage. On the other hand, there's a lot of cards here. Oh, I see. There's two locations here. I think I should have only gotten out this. Don't look at that. I think I took 2 stacks of cards instead of one, so I'm going to put this one back. Okay. All right, this is our first, feels like our first tough decision here. What's it going to be? Here's the case I'll make. Perry says Tony doesn't look like he's going to be cooperative. Well, it's a mafia hangout. We are working for the Don of one of the big families. The case I would make is similar to the hospital. He's out the door. She's still dancing. She's got to finish dancing, and then she's got to get dressed, etc. I'd be inclined to catch the guy who's about to head out before we miss him. Especially if we want access to the security footage. She can't give us access to the security footage. He can. I trust the security over the girl. So I want to talk to him. That's my decision. Do we have any other info on Tony? No, we don't. Don't know anything about him or what family, really. He's not part of our family. Still, this is our only chance to talk to Tony. Whereas this dancer, I feel like we may have another chance to talk to her. Plus, I don't know if I believe her. I don't want to miss the chance to get the security footage. Tony may be the one having an affair with Marco's wife. Oh, good point. That's a good point from those messages, which give us leverage on him, right? Let's see. Does she call him Tony? He says, "Has no one to man the bar tonight? Your husband was here making a scene just now. Someone has short-circuited the place. I wonder if that means the footage is no good." But we have leverage on him now that we have that information. So all the more reason I want to talk to Tony. So but let's have a vote. Okay. Type vote Tony or vote dancer. And can someone write for me, Jesse votes Tony? Marco votes Tony. YouTube says 18 concurrent viewers. Feel free to vote even if you're not participating in the discussion so far. You're still allowed to vote. Marlene says Tony because he's not, we know he's associated. You have to type vote or I vote for to be officially on the record, but it looks like everyone's voting for Tony. YouTube says 17 concurrent viewers, 15 likes. There's the YouTube stats. All right, so the vote is over. It's official. We're talking to Tony. There's the stats of viewers. Doesn't say how many likes, but I can see that YouTube says 16 likes. Hey, I appreciate when you like the videos on this channel, when you subscribe to the channel, especially since we sometimes do streams with short notice. If you click on the bell to be notified when the channel goes live, you have a better chance of catching us live. Okay. Let's go talk to Tony. So, card 58. I hope we don't regret this. I hope he doesn't say, I'm out the door, sorry, can't talk to you. All right, let's see what he says. No star. I wonder if that means we made a bad decision. When you go into his office, Tony's speaking into his cell phone. As soon as he notices you, he quickly tucks the phone away and gives you a broad smile. You ask him what happened last night, and he draws a breath and shakes his head. You won't believe what a shit show it was. At 8:45 p.m., Marco and Luca started yelling at each other. I don't want to talk shit about the boss's sons, but yeah, Luca was completely tanked, even though he was supposed to be on some kind of job. Then Marco blows a gasket and starts yelling at Luca that he can do the job on his own now. He puts Luca into a taxi and heads out himself. Not a clue what it was all about, but it cost a full night of sales. Most of the clients headed off because of the commotion, leaving only a couple regulars. Then shortly after 9 p.m., someone messed with the electrical system. They yanked out some of the wires, which caused the bar to lose power. Damn security cameras have been out of action ever since. When he's finished, Tony excuses himself and disappears off into the dressing room. As you leave the office, you notice someone is now behind the bar. All right, well, we've got a little bit more timeline information. Let me add a card for that. So at 8:45, Marco and Luca fight. Luca is drunk, sent home in a taxi. So on one hand, you could say, well, there's an innocent reason why Luca didn't go to the meetup, and so Luca's not suspicious anymore. Or you could say that was part of Luca's clever plan to get drunk and to be out of commission. Then at 9 p.m., electrical outage, security cameras offline. So whoever made that phone call looks like they purposely shut off the security cameras so that they could make that phone call without being recorded. That's someone with some real skill and knowledge. Maybe a police officer, an undercover cop would know to do that. Then we lost the ability to talk to the dancer, unfortunately. But we are told to draw card 60. He goes into the dressing room. Someone else is at the bar. Let's see what 60 is. Bartender has just started his shift and is casually bringing the stools down from the bar. All it takes is a couple of questions to get him talking, because he's eager to share all the gossip. Tony really needs to vet his staff better. I heard that Ariana's father turned up out of the blue last night, just as she was starting her shift. He yelled at her for a good 30 minutes, begging her to quit her job. She's lucky she wasn't fired on the spot. I don't think Tony realized what was going on, so nothing came of it. Wish I'd been here last night. Today I've got to make another 10 Cuba Libres for Luca Russo. What a bore. You decided to find the security camera footage before you silence this bartender yourself. Okay, so we hear about this conversation between the girl dancer and the father. And we hear that the girl's name is Ariana. Let's see if we've got a card for her. Timelines together. This might be the bartender having the affair with Victoria. We don't know. Maybe I didn't make a card for the daughter. Okay, so we don't know about that. I guess we need a new card. Okay, so the dancer Ariana. And that's her phone number here. 917-2919. And her father, 718-9017. Okay. So it doesn't tell us much useful information, does he? He rolls cigars for Luca Russo. So is the stripper Georgina or Ariana? I would guess now that the stripper dancer is going to be Ariana. Yeah, I would guess that it's not Georgina. But now we're told to get out card 62. Let's see what that card is. 62. You're reviewing the security camera footage from the night before. Not only can you see the whole front of the Boogie Bungalow from this angle, but you also get a good view of the sidewalk. Footage ends abruptly at 9 p.m. After that, there's only static. Frustrated, you head back to the dressing room. Maybe you'll find something more useful there. Okay, then it says to get card 61. These cards are coming out in a weird order. Okay, so 61 is a new location. It's dressing room. Let's take a close look at this card before we decide to go into it. We see some graffiti. It looks like maybe this dancer, if that's Ariana, has a daughter. Or could that be Georgina? Could that be Georgina? The hair color kind of matches. I'm not sure though. They've all got lockers, but this is our current dancer. Her locker's open. I see a little bit of graffiti. We know there was graffiti here. Any reason to think? Two pieces of graffiti. I don't think there's any real reason to think they're related. But who, as in this photo, is this the photo of a couple with a daughter? I wonder if the father is Marco or someone. Yeah, I wonder if the father is important for us here. What else can we see on this card? Anything? Not really. I don't see anything in this photo that looks to be useful. All right, well, here's the dressing room. I guess we're going to walk in there and see what happens. You expect to come across someone in the dressing room, but it's empty. It reeks of cheap perfume and stale smoke. Each dancer has her own locker here, and most are padlocked. However, there is one locker belonging to Gina that's not closed properly inside. Not closed properly. Inside, you find a sports bag containing a change of clothes. There's a folded note under the bag, which you put in your pocket. Looking over your shoulder to make sure you're alone, you check the other lockers. Stuck in the store in the front of Tony's locker is a small piece of paper that says Sub Rosa. You're going to need more time to make sense of it all, but to get into any of the other lockers, you'll have to work out the 4-digit code. What was that damn password again? Mother's name, date of birth? This could take a while. The images on the cards give you useful information. We can try to open Tony's locker. We can try to open Ariana's locker. We should open both. If you don't know the codes yet, you can enter them later. Okay, now Gina Sounds like Georgina. So Georgina is once again front and center in this case. So this is Gina's locker. And we should remember that they had an affair in 2000. Well, that was still 2021. But does she have a kid with him? Hades and Persephone. Okay, well, let's take a look at what we found in her open locker. Does sound like we could have seen, she must have just left, so we could have talked to her. It's too bad we didn't. Small piece of paper that says Sub Rosa. There's a folded note and a paper that says Sub Rosa. So this is the folded note. Now the pot is starting to thicken. But let's also make a note of the Sub Rosa. Now, we have heard that term before. Does anyone remember where we read Sub Rosa? It might have been on this document. Look. The confessional at the church, yes. Not need to book. This is the confessional. You make your confessions beneath the symbol of secrecy, Sub Rosa. This oath is engraved on the confessional as a reminder, and also applies to Father Tommaso. And we have his phone number. Okay, but what does Sub Rosa mean? Can someone tell me? Now I wish we had talked to that girl, that dancer. Okay, well, Sub Rosa says Amato Rose, Latin for under the rose. Interesting. Okay, well, let's read this newspaper article from 3 months ago. Cold case, the disappearance of Isabella Messina. Back in 2000, the New York Herald reported on a case that made the city hold its breath. A mother and daughter had vanished without a trace. But now in 2020, the Big Apple seems to have forgotten about the disappearance of Isabella Messina, maiden name Lombardo. Whoa. Lombardo. Yet we have not forgotten. In April 2000, a Ford Focus came to the attention of the authorities because it was parked at the airport without a valid parking permit. Nothing unusual about that. However, when the airport security investigated, they found no trace of the vehicle's owner. The police were called in and opened an investigation. Not only could they not find any trace of the owner, but her daughter could not be found either. The investigation dried up quickly. The police spokesperson explained that at present we are working on the assumption that Mrs. Messina traveled out of the country with her daughter under false names because she did not wish for she or her daughter to be found. Unless there's evidence linking her to criminal activity, we will be closing the case shortly since running away is not a crime. 2000, mother and daughter disappear. 20 years later, it's gotten revisited. Now we go back to 2000 when the case started. Ford Focus left in the airport No trace of the owner, or which is presumably this woman, Isabella Messina, or her daughter. They say she must have just flown off under an assumed name. In the past 20 years, no evidence has arisen that connects her to a crime. Salvatore Messina, the purportedly abandoned husband, filed a missing persons report a couple days after his wife and daughter disappeared, but has never actively helped find his wife. Even back in 2000, Isabella's family saw it all in a different light. In an interview with the Herald at the time, Isabella's mother explained, Isabella wasn't happy with Salvatore at all. The two of them fought like cats and dogs, and she'd found something out about him that she wouldn't tell me. This troubled mother suspected that the son-in-law she hated was responsible for her daughter's disappearance. A couple of days before she vanished, Isabella called me completely distraught and said she was planning to hide her daughter in an orphanage for a while. I tried to talk her out of it, but she had made up her mind and was completely frightened. I bet that Salvatore made Isabella disappear because she had something she could pin on him, something to do with his business dealings. I just want to hold my daughter and granddaughter in my arms again. Wow. So Salvatore Messina, who was shot and is in the hospital and says he blacked out, a little bit suspicious, is the husband of a woman who disappeared with her daughter 20 years ago. The grandmother says that Isabella planned to hide her daughter in an orphanage. And Isabella Messina's maiden name was Lombardo. So this is going to be the daughter. We've got her age too. Look. Let's check out if that age works out for us. April 7, 1999. So that would have made her 1 or 2 years old. That would mean she'd have to be 1 or 2 years old in this picture with her mother. I think that looks right. I think that girl could be 2 years old. That's going to be Isabella. The daughter is going to be Georgina. Which would make her now about 22 years old. Okay. So is it going to turn out that Georgina was in a orphanage? It will be the little one's first birthday on April 7th. Bingo. Now that absolutely confirms it. Georgina is the little girl. No doubt about it. Whom should we believe? Is Isabella Messina still alive? This case raises question after question, and police have not been able to find any answers. Back in April 2000, there was still hope that this family drama would find a good resolution. In 2020, that hope is now extinguished. Before she died, Isabella's mother had given her daughter up for dead and grieved for her, believing that she knew what had happened to Isabella. The final time she gave an interview to the Herald, she said, "My daughter just wanted to save her child from Salvatore. I hope she managed to, because Isabella paid for it with her life." We hold on to the hope that the Messina family will be able to resolve their turmoil and that mother, father, and daughter are able to move forward into a better life. Okay, now, with that said, let's try to understand the locker situation here. We're sure that Georgina Lombardo, the woman having an affair, sleeping with Marco, and at the strip club, is the daughter of Isabella Messina. Now, in the dressing room, one locker is open. Presumably, that would be Georgina's locker, and she was probably the dancer that we could have talked to, but we missed. Because that's her photo. She's torn off a picture of the father. But this would have been, well, probably Salvatore. But now let's look at this. So we've got Tony's locker and Ariana's locker. And he's guessing, how would we guess how to get into these lockers? Tony, we just have this. Actually, we have two we have two pieces of information about both of them. And that's from this. Right? So if we had to guess what Ariana used for her locker, it might be revealed in this conversation. Same thing might be true for Tony. If we're right that he's having an affair with Vittoria, then he might have revealed information in his phone message that might give us a clue to his Let's take a look at Ariana's. I lose my job, I'll never speak to you again. I am an adult. Sweetheart, come out so we can talk. I'll get the door staff on you in a minute. I'll go. She doesn't answer. Come home on Sunday. I'm worried about you. After Mass, we'll talk. Okay, she doesn't seem to be giving much information away. She's not a cat, though. No, I don't know that we have information to get into their lockers. We are told, though, that these are probably 4-digit codes. If you don't know the codes yet, you can enter them later. Yeah, I don't think we can get into these yet. Maybe we'll make a little note so we don't forget. Do 4-digit codes on card 61. All right, so we'll put this aside. I can't help but feel like we talked to the wrong person. We got so little from him. All right, well. And then we never got access to card 63. Is that right? It's a little weird because normally we get told to throw away cards. This seems to be a card that's just sticking out there. It's probably one of the cards that gets revealed here. Don't know why there's only one card for it, though. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to just leave that out on the table for us. Hopefully we'll get the code for that. All right. There's our strip club. Well, we were interested in chasing down the lead of Ariana, mentioned mass, so we could go to the church. Or we could try to confront Luca, the brother. So here are our locations. Luca, the brother's casino, the restaurant where these meetups were being set up, or the cathedral. Any thoughts? We could chase down that Sub Rosa lead at the cathedral. I think that makes the most sense to me. While it's still fresh in our mind. Let's go to the cathedral. There aren't that many cards in here. St. John's Cathedral. Anything jumping out? No. Marco Russo never struck you as a Catholic schoolboy. Of course, he was always at Mass on Sundays, as you'd expect. But beyond that, he's never seemed to show much of an interest in following the good Lord Jesus Christ. It appears, though, that Marco saw more of Father Tommaso than you realized, which gives you a reason to pay him a visit. When you get to the church, the father greets you warmly. He seems exhausted, but manages to put a smile as he recognizes you. "What can I do for you, my son?" You interrupt him before he starts rambling on. What did you have to do with Marco?" The smile vanishes from his lips. He was one of my flock, just as you are." You'll have to push a bit harder to get anything out of Father Tommaso, but how? Okay. Gambling and engaging with prostitutes. That's the two things we've seen, right? There's the gambling. And as was pointed out from the cards before at the strip club, we see him there too. All right, so you were right. That was Father Tommaso. All right, well, that's easy. Let's just accuse him of gambling and engaging in prostitutes. So card 22. Father Tommaso looks horrified. "I have to admit to having a soft spot for a bit of poker, but my visits to the strip club are entirely due to my work. I am called to take care of the lambs who have wandered from my flock. Ariana has drifted away a little, so her father asked me to lead her back into greener pastures. That is the reason, and the only reason, why I've been stopping by the Boogie Bungalow. But please don't tell the bishop of my fondness for gambling. Even men of the cloth must have a way to release some steam. Marco understands that, so we were able to come to an arrangement." He glances around nervously. But it's best you don't shout, because it'll disturb the people praying. And I can't spare you any more time, I'm afraid. Vittoria has just told me the sad news, and so I need to prepare for Marco's funeral." As Father Tommaso turns toward the sacristy, you grab him by the arm. "My dear son, what more can I tell you?" he says. The father points towards a confessional in the corner. "Look, that is where I would listen to Marco's confession each week. Perhaps that would be a better place to conduct our conversation." If you're looking for somewhere for Marco's final resting place, the cemetery is that way. We'll have to leave a tour of the church for another day. Now, you must excuse me. I really must continue my work. All right, so we get a star. All right, and now it says take location cards E and F. Okay, so we've got the cemetery. And F is the confessional booth. Put them down into two separate decks. Then we throw out 23 and 24, which we're trying to accuse him of other stuff, which we know he didn't do, or we have no evidence for. And we take 70, which is going to be our close-up picture of Father Tommaso. And we'll put him on the board. All right. That card is done. So what does he say here, though? He says, we can have this conversation in the confessional, which is where we want to go to talk to him more. But then we also can go to the cemetery to look where they're going to bury Marco, where we might find some grievers. But I don't see any reason to do that now. Here's the sub rosa under the rose for the confessional. 1912. Now, 1912 is a 4-digit number. We are looking for a 4-digit code for Tony. Let's just remind ourselves this card. Stuck to the front of Tony's locker is a small piece of paper that says Sub Rosa. So I think that Tony's code is 1912. All right, so we could open that at any time if that's right. But while we're here, we might as well talk to the father. Okay, here we go. Anything else jump out? There's the rose. I don't see anything else. Let's open it up. You sit down in the musty old confessional. The last time you sat here was for your Holy Communion. Very long time ago. At first glance, nothing seems to be out of place. You can hear footsteps approaching the confessional. We could keep looking around the confessional, even though you hear that Father Tommaso in the confessional, or talk to Father Tommaso in the confessional. A little tricky, isn't it? I mean, my gut is that if we're hearing footsteps approaching, maybe we should step out of view and let this person come confess. Maybe we can overhear something. Maybe we're going to hear Georgina. I mean, what's the... So I can see a couple possibilities. One is we step away, someone else walks in, and we overhear something good. The other possibility is we step away and the father gets bored of waiting and he leaves and we lose the opportunity to talk to him. Feels a little hard to know what to do here. We can hear footsteps approaching the confessional, and it's not the father because he's already in there. Wow, 2 people want to talk to him rather than waiting and seeing who will show up? That surprises me. You don't think we should wait to see who walks in there? Remember, Tony just left. Is Tony going into the confessional? We heard something else about someone going to the confessional. Debbie says difficult choice, not sure. Three people want to just go in there and talk. Why am I the only one who thinks we should wait around? Debbie agrees to wait around. All right, we're going to have a vote here. Well, I got to figure out. I shouldn't have a vote unless I'm ready to override everyone. I mean, unless I'm willing to obey it. Rob says wait. Okay, it looks like Debbie says wait. Rob says wait. I say wait. Amato, Invisible Man, and Perry say talk to the Father. All right, let's have a real vote here then. This is going to be a binding vote. So vote talk or vote wait. And can someone write for me? Jesse votes wait. This is a binding vote. So if those of you in the background, now's your chance. You can vote to go in and talk if you don't want to wait. Three and 3. 4-3. 5-3. All right, 8 votes in. There are 20 viewers, so if someone wants to chime in here, you still got a minute. Looks like we are going to wait, though. What's the worst case? The worst case is we wait, nobody goes in there, wastes all our time, we don't talk to the Father. He doesn't seem like he has that much information for us anyway. All right, looks like our final votes are in and we are going to wait. Hopefully we won't regret it. Okay. Keep looking around the confessional, even though you hear the Father Tommaso is in the confessional. 29. Oh, boy. Oh, whoa, we got an envelope. When you feel under the bench, you find a small folded note. You slip it into the pocket of your pants and leave the church without seeking out Father Tommaso again. So, in fact, we didn't get to talk to him by doing that. We didn't overhear anything strange. I really want to look at that card. But we did get an envelope that was tucked, a folded note. I mean, it's good to get this envelope, but I kind of miss whatever that was. Let's see if it's worth it, though. Was this worth it? Oh, it's a whole long Bible entry. The survivors in Judah. It looks like probably we don't need to read this entire Bible spread here. Survivors in Judah, prophets' false popularity, parable of the shepherds. Thus the word of the Lord came to me. Son of man, prophecy against the shepherds of Israel. In these words, prophecy to them, to the shepherds. Thus says the Lord God, woe to the shepherds of Israel who have been pasturing themselves. Should not shepherds rather pasture sheep? You have fed off their milk, worn their wool, and slaughtered the fatlings. But the sheep you have not pastured. You did not strengthen the weak, nor heal the sick, nor bind up the injured, whatever. Okay, but what have we got here? Fernando Montoya, Luke 16:19. Carlos Pesca, Leviticus 19:29. Giovanni Di Stefano, Leviticus 19:11 with the internet. Antonio Giordano, Sriracha 989. Well, Giovanni Di Stefano's name has come up again. That's the second in command of Lucas Russo. Antonio Giordano. That name has come up, Giordano, but I don't remember what. But now, what do you think these after it mean? These are references to the Bible. Luke 16:19, Leviticus 19:29, Leviticus 19:11 with an internet search, and Sriracha 989. I don't even know what that means. Okay, Debbie has done some lookup on the internet for us. She says Leviticus 19:11 is do not steal, do not lie, do not deceive one another. What about Sriracha 989? What is that? Doesn't sound like a Bible section, but maybe it is. We've also got handwriting here, which could be relevant if we can match it. Debbie is taking a long time to tell us about the other ones, so maybe I'll have to search for it. Sriracha 989. In the Bible, Sirach 989 says, when you see a good-looking woman, look the other way. Don't let your mind dwell on the beauty of any woman who is not your wife. Interesting. Is that Tony? Yes, it is. Okay, I wasn't making the connection. Antonio Giordano is Antonio Tony Giordano, the one who's sleeping with Vittoria Russo. So I think what we're looking at here is these people came to confess and he gave them these. I think probably these are Father Tommaso's, what he's told these people. So I think he told Giovanni Di Stefano, don't steal. And he told Antonio, stop messing around with another person's husband. So yeah, I think this gives us a clue that Giovanni Di Stefano might have been stealing. And if we come across these names, we might want to look up their stuff. But it seems like right now, these are the only two people we know. All right, so maybe just a different way to learn about this guy. Now remember, Giovanni Di Stefano is the second-hand man at the casino. So we may want to follow up on that. But I wonder if we shouldn't try to open the locker, Tony's locker. Let's go back and try to open Tony's locker. We still don't know Ariana's locker, though, or how to find her. But maybe she works at the casino. I don't know. Okay, so if we go to our website where we can enter codes, and the code is on card 61. 61 Tony's locker. Okay, we think Tony's locker is 1912, the date under Sub Rosa. Is there any key to it? No, it just says 4-digit padlock. Okay, so we got it. Let's see. You get 1 star. I wonder if there was a star that we missed. I might be forgetting to add a star that we got through some internet thing. So I'm going to put another star with blue. Maybe. In the locker, you find only a small note and musty work clothes. The note says www.boogiebungalow.com, Antonio69, coolest dude 666. Is this the security footage? What are we going to get? Maybe we're going to get Ariana's information here. Let's see if we can use this. Okay. Let's see if I can copy this. Okay, boogiebungalow.com. I guess we'll do it one at a time. Lots of websites got created for this game. Welcome to the hottest club in Brooklyn, Boogie Bungalow. Do you want to flirt with hot girls? This is the place to be. Come in and enjoy our shows. We open our doors every day except Wednesdays for you. All right, fine. We've got a nice dancing girl. Looking to escape stress and boredom? Dive into a seductive world of sexy girls, hot nights, and cool drinks. Fun like this can only be found in the Boogie Bungalow. Let's be honest, it's basically your wet dream come true. Are you a VIP? Then sign up. Are you a regular or an employee? Then register and log in below. Okay. Home company login, legal privacy. Boobs and beers all night, every night, except Wednesday. Escape everyday life for a hot night. Come to the Boogie Bungalow and experience it yourself. Okay. What does this last line say? This site is registered as a development site. All right, so let's try to log in as an employee. All right. So we got his login information here. Antonio69, and there's his password. Okay. Antonio69. And I'll just paste in his password. Oh, Tony, welcome back. Here's your to-do list. Set up date with V. That's Victoria. He's having an affair with Victoria. Transfer payment to Marco's account. Repair electronics behind the bar. Transfer wages. Repair tap. Ban Roberto from the club. Inform Faith she's getting too old for this shit. So Faith was fired on March 1st. Then we've got Ariana Caruso and Coco Esposito. So now we do know that Ariana's father, if it's Ariana Caruso, we do know her father. Roberto Caruso. Roberto Caruso is the restaurant guy. Is that right? Where's our restaurant information? Proprietor Roberto Caruso, which maybe we should have been able to guess from the phone number. Yes, we did have his phone number. So for some reason, we didn't quite make that connection. We should have been able to, because we did have his phone number. 718-9017. 718-9017. Okay. So Ariana is Ariana Caruso. All right, well, hopefully we're going to be able to get access to her locker now. And now we have a reason to go to the restaurant. All right, let's see. So Faith was fired, so I don't think she's relevant to our case. And Coco Esposito is probably not relevant to our case either. What do we have more over here? Oh, Georgina does work there. I guess we probably already knew that. All right, we're going to look at these in a second. Let's start with Coco Esposito. No information. All right, Ariana, let's get some information for you so we can open up your locker. Ariana Caruso, age, they didn't worry about it. She's listed her address at the restaurant. Last edit, March 10th. Okay, a couple days ago. Start of her contract, June 1st, 2020. Withdrawal, I don't know what that means. Employee. She's got insurance. She's got pension insurance. She's got a social security number. She's also a showrunner. Unmarried, tax level, tax ID. Has already fallen off the stage several times during the show. Asked Marco to sell her less harmful stuff. If Roberto keeps interrupting the show, he needs to be banned from the club for good. What would she have put as her 4-digit code, though? Nothing jumps out at me here. But maybe talking to the father will get us some information about her code. All right, let's see what Georgina Lombardo, what we've got on her. So there's the orphanage. Makes sense. We've got her new address, 124 Hamelham Way. Let's write this down in case we ever need to find her. At least a reminder that we know where she lives. Georgina Lombardo. $124 Hamelham Way. Take a screenshot of that. Okay, started working, or last edit March 2nd. Started working December 2020. No pension insurance, no health insurance. Her company position is young talent. The Titty Twist and Gina's Night are the shows she puts on. Salary level 1. Asked for an advance to wages to pay her rent. Did a very good job, so I granted it. She owes me $700. Tell Marco to sell her less harmful stuff. So Marco was selling drugs to the girls. Let's see what the channel says. Last few digits of social security number, your basic birthday. I have to go to bed soon. It's been 6 hours. Has it been 6 hours? Yes, it has. Okay. Well, it feels like we've hit the halfway point. Shall we stop here? Why don't we stop here? Seems like a good place to stop. Let's stop here. All right. The only question then is when we resume, when we play part 2 of this case. Shall we play tomorrow at noon at the same time? And then we won't start our next Dear Holmes case. Debbie says, I like it so far. The map puzzle was some BS though. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about it. There are certainly some good parts about it. Other parts about it, I'm not thrilled with the whole internet stuff. I mean, they put a lot of work into these websites, most of which work fine. It just feels like a little bit of wasted energy in my standpoint. But the full-sized evidence is very good, impressive. Some of the choices are interesting. Okay, well, we're going to stop now. We're going to continue tomorrow. And I guess we're just going to not start a new Dear Holmes case tomorrow. Okay, let's do that. So the play-by-mail people are going to be a little disappointed. But tomorrow at noon, we'll continue. It feels like we should be able to wrap up this case in under 6 hours tomorrow, but expect a longish session. Thank you for joining me. Thanks to the group for keeping me from going too far on tilt. I'll see you tomorrow for part 2 of Masters of Crime Vendetta. Give some thought in your mind to who are we really blaming for this? And is it going to turn out to be a deeper, more adult problem at the core of this, with Georgina seeking revenge, father unknown? I'm not sure. It's a little scary. All right, I'll see you all tomorrow.